Hi. Why am I not hearing anything? That's probably why. I should probably plug my headphones in. Okay. Sing a song for me.
That's not gonna happen.
Close enough.
It's not the piano man, I'm sorry.
It works. I can hear you both now. I'll get the song later. How you doing today?
Pretty good.
Tired. Fucking tired.
I bet. I just woke up from a 2.5 hour long nap.
Flying out to Cali at the end of the month.
Oh boy. Who all's going?
Just me.
Did you lose the paper, rock, scissors?
No, I'm just the only competent member, like last choice in my family.
Yeah, that's a bummer. But
I'm
you gotta do
paying
what you gotta do.
My family's like, we need to get you here, so we'll pay for your ticket there and back. I'm like, shit, say less.
Me, I'd be like, oh no, gotta go to the warm weather at the end of January. What a bummer that's gonna be. But you like
They
this
told me
cold
that it's
weather
been-
shit, so.
They told me it's been raining a lot over there.
Dude, have you seen the floods they've had there? Like in the Bay Area and shit?
Nah.
In the Bay Area, I think they got hit with like 7 inches of rain in a few days, and they're expected to get hit with another 10 inches of rain. It was like, they were showing pictures, and it was like, you couldn't see anything but water. People were driving down the road, and it looked like they were just driving on water.
Oh, that's amazing.
John, it's so weird not seeing the red background.
I'm so glad to not have the fucking red background.
But how are you gonna channel that strong energy now?
By having aberrant COVID Clifford. Not bitter or anything, Clifford.
Listen, I had human COVID.
Yeah.
You can deal with aberrant COVID, okay?
That's karma.
When did this happen?
When did what happen?
You guys kissing? Is this what's happening?
I mean, that's besides the point.
Cliff been licking doorknobs again.
I'll refer to the GIF I posted in Discord.
That was more than licking.
Yes, it was. If you're gonna do it right. That's what I always say. 110%.
The only reason Cliff got COVID was to do some research on how to feel and act while you're sick, so no slacking anymore, John.
I guess not.
Right, I'm gonna be throwing my DM interjections in here now. Like, well, see, I think that you should probably be a little bit more tired than you currently are. Extremely fatigued. You're only getting an hour of sleep at a time. Like,
It has
even,
been an hour, and Tao has not yawned once. Come on, John.
I don't think that Tal's getting those PowerPoints recharged. Seems how he's not sleeping well at all. That's a thing that's still like I feel pretty good now, back to normal. But like the one thing that's still fucked up is like I can't sleep for like any good duration at a time. I don't know what it is.
It does cause insomnia.
It does. So like I'll get like even last night, like I started feeling tired around midnight. I went and sat on the couch, drank my tea, and then like sometime between 12 and 12:30 I passed the fuck out. Like I don't even know what it was. I was just out. And then it was like 3:30 in the morning I woke up. Wide awake. What the fuck, dude? And then I didn't fall back asleep till like 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then I had to be back up by 8:30 to start working.
Ew.
So I got 2.5 hours in just now, which I actually slept longer than I wanted to. So that's I guess a pleasant surprise. So
I did that this morning too.
try it again at midnight. Hopefully I'll be able to fall asleep. Like if I can sleep from like 2 to 8, like that's perfect for me. Like that's all I need. Let me just get back to that. And Heathcliff's running a little late, so we'll see how long it takes for them to get back. I guess I'll use this time while I can to reinstall Snaz, because it's really weird not having a countdown timer around here. And luckily, Snaz takes up like 7 megabytes of space.
Wow.
Yeah, literally 7 megabytes of space. My internet's trying to figure out how the hell to download this because it's such a small amount. Like, what? Oh yeah, I gotta do that in my 16, motherfucker. What? What?
What?
Who?
Yep.
Oh, I see. Hey, look at that, and it just works automatically. Very
See,
minimal.
You have to say that.
No, like it's already popped up on the UI. All I did was I like just downloaded, just installed, changes the time to 8:05 is my countdown time, and click start, and it like is working already. It's great. Such a, like I said, it's a non-program almost. Like the fuck is 7 megs in today's world?
It's half my hard drive.
That's what Sin was saying up until like a week ago.
Right.
SD, what?
What sort of sorcery you talking?
Damn kids, get off my property. I transferred data the old-fashioned way by picking it up and moving it there myself.
I have to defrag my drive.
I'll defrag your drive.
Ooh.
Why you pulling out that rag? Mind your business. I guess while I'm dilly-dallying here, let me make sure.
Don't be dilly in your dally.
Dilly whatever I want to dilly. Damn it, Sin! Why did yours not work again? What the fuck?
Sin, stop it.
Sin's the only one. Hold on. Heathcliff popped right in. As soon as Heathcliff popped they here. Worked perfect. Sin's, no.
Oh, hey, I'm not the last one here. Where's Megan?
Oh,
I see you.
This asshole.
I was like, no, but I can see and hear him. This is impossible.
No, I just thought I'd fuck with you.
All right, look, we're all here. Let me update Sin's video again for some reason because it hates me. Hey, don't be humming no fucking tips.
Get that little earworm going for you.
Fucking love that song.
How many cans we got today?
Hey, I don't know how to get this working for you.
I see 2 cans and a cup of water so far.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
We not bad today? Oh, I knew there was more.
I mean, it's not. I don't have weeks worth stashed this time. I just have like 2 days, a day and a half, really. I actually cleared it all off yesterday. So yeah, this is a day and a half.
You drink that much pop in a day and a half, bro?
I usually drink about 4 cans a day.
You
My
shouldn't.
guy.
There's some sugar right there.
Aye.
We're gonna keep shaming you every time you update us on how much pop you have today.
Oh,
Don't worry.
okay. I got to get my numbers up then, right?
If they shame you, I'm
Exactly.
just gonna keep pushing you. Like, yeah, you do you. Don't let no one tell you what to do.
I got
Go for 6.
Rookie numbers,
Right.
man.
Where's the high score?
I can't deal with that much carbonated beverage. That's my thing.
Well, it's just I'm thirsty, so I'll drink it. I'm
Water.
probably thirsty because I need water, but you know, the pop satisfies the urge long enough.
Water, you
To
mean
go to
like
the
what,
next
fish
pop.
fucking?
And
The stuff from the
pooping.
toilet? What you need is some
Water. You mean like
some
from
Brondo.
Cliff, I'm trying this out.
What
Never
is
heard of
that?
it, but it's,
What?
some Westland shit.
It's in a can. It's a beverage. I'm drinking it.
Some Westland
Energy.
shit.
So I
No
was having
sugar.
some.
I
I was
don't
having
know.
some
I'm
leftover.
just laughing at its name.
It's science.
Yes, but with an XY, meaning it's
Yeah.
man science.
Exactly.
It's got
Man
what
science energy. Like,
it's got what man craves.
Exactly.
Electrolytes.
does it have electrolytes, John?
Wait, maybe. Aw. It doesn't say it does. I'm
Sad.
disappointed now.
All right. Well, starter up here. Hi everybody. Sorry for the
Yeah, I should open Fancy.
delay. Hope everybody had a good holiday period. Had a good New Year. Hopefully you didn't come down sick with COVID.
Clifford.
But we're here. So we got episode 14, season 2. I have no real updates about anything. So who be doing a recap?
Man, that was like a month ago.
You know what I could do? I could copy the transcript from the previous session, paste it into the chat OpenAI, and then tell it to give me a like 10 bullet summary on the previous session. And it'd be like bloop, 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 bloop.
This guy and his AI.
Hey,
Dude, I posted that chat GDP stuff on the server like a month ago. He's not the only one into that shit. It's good shit.
If you wanted to do a 10 bullet point summary, I can manage that. But I didn't really get a chance to fully rewatch, so it's nothing detailed. We've got... The crew starts heading towards Cyril. About a quarter mile away, we stop so that Geo and Tal can remain far enough away where they're not seen, since they are more than likely sick. And Willow and Kay go ahead. The guard tells us that we need to have a health screening beforehand and asks us where we came from. We told them that we came from the First Light New Eden area. We go get checked out by a doctor. Her last name began with an R. My brain's trying to say Rosignol, but that's a brand of skis.
Why the fuck do you know that?
Because I ski!
Sounds dumb.
She checks us over by taking a little bit of blood, and Willow tries to cut herself to give the blood. Doc's like, no, because that could contaminate. Give me a different finger. Stabs her, gets her blood that way. They've like rigged up an X-ray machine and like added aberrant technology to check your essence levels. And they scan both Kay and Willow, both of which get a clean bill of health, so they are welcomed aboard. They go get their cards to say that they've been cleared, and they walk into the town, looking around. There's not really anybody that looks to be aberrant or currish, obviously. Like, no, it doesn't look obvious that they are. In this town, it is against the law to use your essence. When asked, people who lived there said yes, there were aberrant that lived there. But when asked where they were, nobody seems to know. Willow and Kay sell some of their stuff to get cash, because apparently this place is just using US currency. It's currency still. Willow goes to have a burger, and Kay's trying to get any information. She tries to speak with these teenagers who are skateboarding, because maybe they'll be more willing to give her information that adults might withhold. Now they're just kind of pricks and are trying to bully her, so she's like, give me your fucking skateboard. Just kickflip and shit. Which is nice. And they're like, fine, we'll tell you what you want if you can beat me to game of peg. But then he crit failed and fell and broke his skateboard and his nose and had to go to the doctors, and Kay got no information from them. Kay kinda like, it's like, fine then, we'll take the other easy way out, and goes and finds a random thirsty looking man, hits on him, asks for a tour, and is asking him questions along the way. She doesn't really get any more information, but she does get some. While this was happening, Willow enjoyed her burger, then was playing the guitar out by the park and gathered a small crowd. Made a couple bucks. They reconvene, basically say like, yeah, no, there wasn't really much information to find, and nobody's really seen the aberrant, even though they're told they still live here. Suspicious. Let's go check out the prison. Maybe they're locked up. Do a quick circle around the prison. Nothing looks suspicious. It's a small space. We go inside. Kay just goes to go like friendly new neighbor route and is like, "Hi, I'm Kay. It's nice to meet you. Just want to introduce myself, new to the area, ask some questions." One of the officers, female, was totally not having it and was kind of a bitch. And the two males were kind of tripping over themselves to talk to Kay. There wasn't really much cell space, but in there was a single individual who looked to clearly be Kurish. After talking up with these folks, who don't really have much important information to tell, but at least we know that the Aberrant are being locked up there. We go back to speak with the doctor lady, because she's clearly the one who knows most about this crap. As we arrive, the doctor lady's cabin, the kid who broke his nose is just about to leave, and he's like, "That's the bitch who made me break my nose." And Kay's like, "I didn't do anything. You fell trying to show off." And he's grumbling and leaving, and Dr. R beckons Kay in, who's like, "Yeah, I just have some questions," while Willow goes and talks with broken nose guy. Kay's asking all sorts of questions, and is told that yes, it does appear that only the one aberrant has survived having this, but they completely lost all of their powers when they survived, and were more of a shell of themselves. When Kay is trying to press for more information, and the doc seems a bit reluctant with some of it, Kay comes clean and admits that her best friend, who's an aberrant, has come down with the illness, and she's trying to look for a cure. And Dr. R is sympathetic and is like, "Well, don't go looking in the North Forest," but like kind of has this tone in her voice like that's where you will find him. So Kay's like, "Got it. I'm gonna assume that's what she was trying to say without trying to say it. We're gonna go there, and that's where we'll find this guy." And after talking with Dr. R for a bit, having these conversations about what to do, or any stories about when the plague was abundant, we swing back over, and Willow is talking with this teenager who is also like, "Yeah, they say that there's aberrant that live here, but you never see them." And then she's listens to some music with him, and she kind of gets an allyship with him, so if we ever come back to the area, she'd be able to maybe get some information and talk in exchange for listening to music again, because nobody else has the ability to listen to music easily like that, because phones went bye-bye. But Willow can charge hers using her essence and all that. We swing back to the burger joint. Kay gets a burger for herself, Tal, and Geo, and we head back out to the forest to share our new information. While all this was happening in the forest, Tal just kind of walked off with the flaming wisp that is X's consciousness. When he feels like he's far enough away, he just kind of starts falling back into the old Tal that we know and love, our innocent, bright-eyed boy, and talks about everything that's happened to him since X and Felix had passed, and what do you want me to do? What can I do? How can I help? And now I'm dying and blah blah blah. After breaking down and having this conversation with the wisp that is X, he ends up heading back to where Geo is waiting with Bear Ava, like, hi, yes, good to see you. Geo does the whole rambling thing and ends up saying that baseball is stupid, which immediately Tal's like, no, baseball's great. And then starts being like, here, I'll teach you. Ready? And he just starts like throwing rocks at Geo, who's trying to dodge them instead of catch them. After a while, Geo starts playing into it, and hey, they kind of have a bonding experience over Tal insisting that he teach Geo baseball, which I'm sure that Geo already knew how to do. By the time we end up coming back with those Borgers, Cal's asleep and taking a nap or something like that. Yeah. Kay gives the burger to Geo, who's very excited, and passes him the bag to bring to Tal. He waves it in front of Tal's sleeping face, who just sits up rapidly and starts eating it. And this is where my brain stops. Oh, we discussed that all that we had found out about, like, yeah, we didn't really see any aberrant there. North Forest, I think, is where we're going to find that guy who survived it. Unfortunately, this might take all of your powers. And I was like, oh, that's a fate worse than death. And then, there was some cool spoopy shit that my brain isn't remembering exactly what happened.
Geo.
Yeah. So before the cool spoopy shit, just to ruin my bonding moment with Tal, we somehow got on the subject of McDonald's also sucking. Just gotta throw that in there. Then I don't remember. Geo like reached out with his essence on accident while thinking about the question, and he had an essence spike and ended up like entering this time locked area. Like everyone was like frozen except for him, and there was some dude in gray robes who gave Geo information on the sickness, how it was like negative essence, and that there was like an essence, there was like a devourer, like a beast that was, and he wasn't sure how metaphorical that was, but that's about all he got before he was kicked back to the real world. And then he tells everyone about it, and Tal remembers some people called the Greys, and like, why the fuck is he doesn't say that part out loud, but he's kind of got that internal monologue, like, why the fuck are they talking to this schmo? And yeah, and Geo communicates with the rest of the group, like, I'm not sure how much of this is like metaphor, but there's a devouring beast and negative essence that's spreading.
And then what I can't remember on this is, were you guys planning on camping out for the night and then heading back there, or were you guys heading back there like that night to go and investigate?
Depends on what time of day it was, probably.
Yeah, I think we
'Cause if
first
it's like 2 p.m., then why wouldn't we go? But
we left to the town like first thing in the morning, so it was like midday when we told Tal and Geo, then got everything packed up and we're about to head out.
Okay, so you're gonna do it that night then? Okay.
I think so. I think we were like packing up to go.
right. Oh my god, it was the burger that gave Geo the spiritual experience. I forgot.
He just is so impressed by the imitation 5 guys that he had an essence spike.
That's what I call a foodgasm.
Ooh. I kind of want to get that card more and just play it whenever something nostalgic is happening, because, you know, he has time-based powers, so nostalgia is what triggers his essence spike.
Love that.
All right. Well, I remember that the cliffhanger wasn't much of a cliffhanger, but more of like the camera panning of you guys walking into the woods. So, yeah, what we'll do is we'll just pick it up right there then. And Kay and Willow, both of you find yourselves back at the gates of Cyril, getting through, showing your IDs and getting through their security clearance. What are Tal and Heath and Geo doing during that time?
I wasn't under
Wait.
the impression we were going back into the
Yeah, I
city.
thought we were going to the
we were going
north.
around it to the north end with
Yeah.
the woods. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so the whole area is fenced in.
So the woods is fenced in part of this.
Correct.
Oh,
I
don't
think that's what
anybody
we were
got that.
missing.
Yeah, we all thought woods north of the city was like outside of the city.
Oh no, sorry,
not
that's my
north
fault
in
then.
the city.
No, this whole thing is fenced in. They fenced in their entire area. So there's like when you first walk in the gates, there's those essentially like cabins, like rental cabins, that are kind of spaced off in like the wooded area. And then behind them is the woods that I was saying before, where it has like a path that kind of goes off into it. And then if you keep going to the right when you go in, that's where the path kind of carves around until you get to like the city proper. But all of it is within this like makeshift wall that they had built.
Okay. So let's reconvene and plan this then. Now that this makes more sense.
I gotta start doing maps again.
All right. So the North Woods is inside of the walls. We could see if Geo's healthy. If we wanted to have a third person, or it could just be Kay and Willow going to go investigate the North Woods.
I like the idea of checking Geo. I want to see what they do if they find someone infected. Or he may be healthy.
I mean, I've not had any symptoms yet. I mean, we just assumed that since more of the blood got on me, that it infected me.
Well, that and your restless night of sleep in the tent the first evening. You came
I never
out,
sleep well.
you came out profusely sweating and took off most of your clothes. Seemed like a fever to me.
That's fair. But is it a fever or the fever? I guess the timing is suspicious, but I haven't had any problem using my essence. I mean, I haven't tried to use my essence, but probably best not to try, but still.
Probably best not to try. But yeah, we could try that option where, we go up with Geo, so...
I was
We're with
saying
him.
send him alone. If we're going with Geo and he turns out to be infected, they may think we're infected.
But
You
they
can
just scan...
go. Okay, you go with them.
Okay. I'm not taking the chance that they're just gonna drag him away or something.
So you're just going to be dragged away with me?
Not without putting up a fight. If you have to avoid using your essence, you need to have somebody who can protect you.
I mean, I am at least partially capable. I know.
It doesn't hurt to have backup,
Things-
does it?
Sure. Okay.
Sure. And we know Willow could just walk right in, so. Also,
Okay.
alternatively, if it seems like we're being dragged off, Willow can... You said you could turn into a fox?
don't know what that's gonna do if you're getting dragged away.
I meant like you could follow from a distance as an animal. That I don't know if that'd be as suspicious. Can you turn into anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would probably be less suspicious to see where the hell we got dragged off to.
Can you turn into an anteater? What? Dude, they got those funny looking noses. I've never seen one in real life.
No, I can't.
Okay.
Everything but
Sorry. Just
Everything but. Got it. Just to spite him.
that. Another idea is if you guys are getting dragged away, they may all be focusing on you. That means Hal could just slip in.
or Tal can slip in and you can follow us so you know where they took us so you can lead Tal there later.
I guess.
You can turn into an armadillo and do the roll.
You're ridiculous. Okay.
Sorry, it's just ever since she said she could turn into animals, I've been thinking about that scene from El Dorado where they use the armadillo as a basketball.
Okay, I can't do armadillos now.
I wouldn't use you as a basketball.
I have my
Just-
doubts.
Kay just puts her hand on Gio's back and starts pushing him like they're walking towards the gate now.
Gio walks.
Mm-hmm.
Walks all disappointed. Okay, so Kay and Gio are going in together. Willow's gonna go in separate later. Tal's gonna be hiding, reconnaissance in the bushes, waiting for someone to shoot the flare.
Seems like that's the plan.
Okay.
Maybe before we go up, I guess she's pushing me when we're still, because I think we're 2 hours away from the camp, right? Or
No.
Oh.
Quarter mile.
quarter mile.
Yep.
Okay. Still not in talking distance, not in hearing distance. I'm like, maybe Willow should go in first, because if she's gonna try to follow where they take us to, if they take us, I'm hoping they don't take us, but maybe she should already be in the city. Because I feel like her trying to come in after us and then following us would be, well, no, she can turn into an animal. We're good. Gio probably has like 8 other thoughts like that on the way to the camp.
Only 8?
Well, you got to have time to ramble after the thought, so he can't have the next thought. Well, he'll probably have like 12 more thoughts while he's talking about those 8, but he forgets them before he finishes talking about the one he's currently talking about.
Kay's just smiling and conversing with him about it. She's just like really enjoys his bumbling and finds it quite humorous.
He's like, the fuck you smiling at? I'm serious.
I think he's used to that in Kay at this point, that she's just like just shaking her head like you're bad at words.
I don't word good, but I do other things good.
I don't word good unless I need to piss people off. Then I don't word
Very
good
good at
just
that
the right
one.
way.
So yeah, we approach the gates.
Alright, here, let me do this for you real quick. Yeah.
Look at you go. Did you whip that up while we were chatting?
Yes, I did. So, starting from the left, the little brown path would be like the actual following the, kind of following the path from like the power line area. You get up to the front gates there. The whole area is fenced in, from what you've seen. You don't really know the extent of how far the fencing goes, but as far as you see in there, it's all fenced in. There's those cabins when you first walk in. And then there was the path out into the woods that we discussed that you and Willow took note of as you were walking in but never went to. And then there was the other path to the right that they directed you to, and when you got there, you got to the city proper. And that city proper, again, it looks like a 1950s like quintessential American town. So there's like the tight-knit like city blocks that have like all of your stores and everything all linked together. And it's basically like one continuous loop of an area. And then there's housing on the other end. The bigger rectangle in the upper right-hand corner is the police station. So, and there's more homes. I just didn't bother drawing all the homes that are along the edges and whatnot. But just to give you that idea, that this is kind of how everything was separated between them. Not to scale.
So which way is north?
North is up.
So it's where that little path is going. Got it.
Correct. Yeah, I always draw maps with north up. Just because I find it less confusing.
So much less confusing.
So yeah, so just to throw that out there, that this is kind of the scene that I had in my head in a roundabout way, and where you were talking to the doctor and she like stopped and hugged you and said don't go to the north, you guys were like here talking sort of. And then we'll do
And Kay took that, of course, as go to the north. I mean, you already told us that was north, so
there you
we're
go.
good.
Just for future reference. All right. So yeah. So you guys all start making your way there. You take the 20 minutes or so stroll through the woods to get there. So when are you going to be leading, Kay, or is Geo going to be leading? You're going to be following.
I mean, they're definitely going to be walking together as if they are approaching together.
Okay.
Was Kay's intention, so she'd be walking in with him.
Okay.
I guess side by side.
Yeah, like we're buddies.
Okay, so so as you guys approach, it's still the same guards that were there when you left, because you've only been gone for 2 hours or so at most. So still the same guards that are there. It's early evening, so sun's starting to go down. So as you both approach, they have flashlights out, and they sort of shine on you guys, and give you a little bit of a puzzled look. Kay, they're like, "Where's your little friend at?"
She's off hunting.
Okay. And then shines over into Geo's face, like, you don't look familiar. Are you new here too?
Yeah, that's kind of bright. Yeah, Kay said this was a good place. Like, I knew her from First Light, and I'm glad to see that she made it out, but I made it out a different way. And when I saw her on the road, she said this place was good. Like, you're not gonna, like, go crazy like First Light did, right?
He chuckles. He's like, I don't think you have to worry about us going crazy like First Light, no. Well, you're welcome back in here, but hopefully you filled your friend in on this. For you to come in, we're going to need to do a health screening, make sure you're fine, and then we can get you issued an ID, and then you're free to come and go as you please.
Yep, she let me know.
All right. He's like, all right, over this way, and he walks you over to that not the first cabin that you went into, Kay, but the one behind it. And bangs on the door. Like, hey, Doc. We got someone who needs screening. And the door opens, and there is this older gentleman that answers the door. And he kind of looks at you, Geo, and he gives you just like an emotionless nod, just no expression really. And he's like, all right, come on in. Got a few tests we got to do.
Certainly.
Okay, it's just trailing the whole time.
So he's like, all right, well, I'm Dr. Jack Brown. I'll be conducting your physical examination today. We're just going to be checking for any sort of obvious signs of infection that you might be able to pass along to the community, and make sure that we do all preventative measures to prevent that from happening. So, first thing I'm going to do is take some blood, and then we have a machine that we'll have you step into afterwards, and it'll do a final scan. And he just sort of holds out his hand.
Gives him mine.
He takes this little needle and he injects it onto your thumb, and he walks over and he puts it on a slide, and he sort of looks at it, and he's like, all right, everything looks clean here. Just have you step on into this machine. And again, he opens up this large metal cylindrical machine. It's almost like a vertical, like almost like one of the X-ray machines you'd walk into at the airport. The ones that show your naughty bits.
The big put your hand up whoop.
Yeah. So he has you stand inside that, and he shuts the door. And he goes and walks over to this computer terminal, and he's like finger pricking the keys, just. And you hear the machine whirl to life. And from the inside of it, you can kind of see the things like shifting around you, Geo. Kay, give me a notice roll, please.
Burp, burp, burp.
So while this scan's going off, Kay, you hear this doot 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 that you never heard before, and you sort of look over at the computer screen, and you could see at the bottom. You can't really make out what it says, but you could see this this yellow dialogue box that is flashing at the bottom. As soon as this happens, you see the Dr. Sai walks over, opens up a drawer, puts on a mask, and he hits another button on the computer. The whirling on the machine stops. And he's like, I got some bad news, I'm afraid. It looks like you're in the early stages of a viral infection. We're going to either need you to exit the city, or we're going to quarantine you in one of these isolated cabin out here for a few days until the illness passes.
Seems reasonable. He looks over at Kay like, should I go hunting, or should I just relax in the cabin? I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, you
Oh,
can
stay
always
at
make
least
camp
6
in
feet
the
back.
woods. That way, you have, the ability to move around and gather whatever resources you want, but there's also the safety of the town. This is really up to you.
I mean, we thought First Life was safe, and they kind of went insane. So I don't know if I like being trapped in town. I think I'll head out, and I'll come back in a few days and see if it has passed. Like,
Take
all
care, my
right.
friend.
He nods, and as he's like walking behind you, is like, word of advice, son. If you have the ability to use essence, I wouldn't do it. It only makes things worse.
Okay.
And then he opens up the door, and the guard's still standing there, and he just shakes his head no. And then the guard's like, all right.
See you in a
Looking
few
at them.
days, Doc. He's walking toward the exit, and he does the whole hand behind him, kind of waving to the Doc. See you in a few days, Doc.
And at this point, Kay's just going to be like watching carefully, like the guards' movements while she's remaining within the city walls.
Sure. Give me a notice roll.
And Gio puts his shirt up over his face since he doesn't have a mask, just out of politeness.
She's very
So-
protective of her Geo.
Yeah, so you see the doctor sort of walk up behind the guard, and he puts his hand on his shoulder, and he leans in, and he whispers to him, and you can make out something along the lines of it's still in the early stages. He probably will start feeling it within the next few days. And the guard nods at him and then kind of follows Geo out. Stops at the gates, doesn't follow him any further beyond that. And the doctor turns around and looks at you when you stay behind, like,
Mhm.
When was the last time you were scanned?
This morning.
Just be mindful, if you were within close proximity of them and they used any sort of essence, that you may be infected as well. Our tests are fairly accurate, but
More than welcome to scan me again, just in case.
if you were scanned earlier, the results will most likely be the same. But if you start feeling fatigued, if you're having any sort of issues, report them over to us so we can catch it as early as possible. And as you know, there's no essence use within city walls.
Yes, thank you, sir.
And he kind of puts his hand up, and he meanders back into the cabin that he was in, and he closes the door behind him.
Mm-hmm. Kay's just, at this point, just gonna start making her way up towards the woods. She's expecting Willow will either, like, come in as an animal and just, like, poof, or she's just gonna come through the front gate because she can and catch up with her. She'll wait near the edge of the woods on that trail heading north.
All right. So you're just walking right towards it then?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you start walking and you're heading that way, so you could see there's sort of a sheer embankment. It's just sort of a dirt, rock, grassy area, rather steep. It'd be hard to climb. But you could see that there are like these wooden steps that are sort of embedded into the ground, that sort of have like a winding trail upward, which it seems like the safest way to get up this embankment. And as you start heading towards it, you hear someone yell out, "Hey!"
I'll be AFK for 1 second.
She just kind of looks over her shoulder.
And you see one of the guards is walked about halfway between you and the cabins, and he's like, "City's that way."
Figured I'd go for a quick nature walk. I mean, I've always seen the path. I saw the path. I was wondering where it went.
Yeah, it goes into the woods there. It's not really worth exploring. Worst case scenario, you're gonna come across a bear. Safer to stick with the carved out areas where the light is.
Yeah, at that point, she's just gonna shrug and then start detouring towards the city.
Okay.
But she's just gonna end up walking through the woods towards where the trail would be later, anyways. Once this guy's not like, "What you doing,
Sure.
bitch?"
Yeah, so as soon as you start changing course and heading back, he starts turning around and walking back to post. What's Willow doing?
She's just kind of sitting in the tree line, looking at like the front of this gate and stuff. The
Okay.
entrance.
So you see both them go in, and then a couple minutes later, 10 minutes or so later, you see Geo walking out by himself, turning around, waving and shit.
You see Geo being Geo.
And she's just gonna wait for Geo to come back and kind of walk back towards where Tao has set up camp.
Okay. All right. Then we'll stick with Kay for now. So Kay, you start taking the path back towards the city. What's your plan for how you're gonna make your way back to the embankment?
So I was thinking, like, walk up, like, going into the city, and then go towards the path that slightly curves north. And then between just a few buildings, after a little bit, just, like, turn and walk straight to the woods.
Okay. Yeah, so...
While, of course, trying not to be seen by others.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
Because clearly people are going to be like, hey, don't do that. Stove.
Oh, you didn't do it soon enough.
But it passed.
Let me just roll. So, yeah, so you start making your way up the path, and again, like I said, this isn't a scale, so there's a little bit of a walk that you'd have to go up through there, and similar to how like there's a large embankment that we were just talking about, that there's the stairs in it. There's a lesser one, a more manageable one that leads up to like where the city is. This area is sort of lower down in the terrain. So you make your way up through there, and you get to the point where you can start seeing there's like multiple homes on the left and the right of where you are, and this path is sort of carved between 2 yards that would take you into the city. So before you get to that point, you veer off to the left to start heading towards the wood line. And as you get inside the wood line, like you can start seeing the scale of this, but this entire city is sort of sitting in like a bowl of a more mountainous area. So you could see that there's more like sheer embankments, and some of the areas are just downright like almost vertical rocky cliffs. So you could definitely try climbing them if you wanted to. But the only area that you've seen through this sort of adventure that you've been on here, that is actually designated with a way to get up there, is the path in the beginning camping area. Outside of that, you'd probably have to do a little bit more like actual like climbing to get up to it.
She's going to kind of like continue along the side of the ridge down towards where that path was, because she's expecting she'll end up meeting Willow there.
Okay. Okay, so then while you're doing that, Geo, you're all fucking animated Bob walking out of the town, and as you start heading back towards where Tal is, Willow meets up with you, and then the three of you reconvene in whatever meeting area you designated, outside the city.
Yeah, they didn't let me in. They said I had the beginnings of a viral infection, though they didn't say it was the infection. So I don't know. I feel like they would have panicked more if it was the infection, but it was the swirly bob machine that detected it, not the blood test. So
The swirly bob machine.
That's their official medical terminology.
They just told you to go?
yeah, they just they pricked my finger. They said my blood looked good. Then they put me in the like Iron Maiden CTI machine that they cobbled together, and it like made some. It alerted them that I had a viral infection, which I don't know how. I don't know how you scan for viruses. That seems a little odd, but yeah, they just had me walk out. They said I could either leave or stay in one of the cabins for a couple days to see if it passed. And I said I'd prefer to leave. I'll come back in a few days for another test.
What happened to Kay? Did she get taken away?
No, she went into the village. I think she's gonna try to go to the north. I mean, you might want to catch up to her so she has some backup. That actually, if I feel like her going to talk to the people in the forest. Maybe she should have backup.
Aren't we all supposed to go talk, though?
Yeah, but
To
how
the
do me and
aberrant?
Tal? Yeah, but how do me and Tal get in? I mean, unless Tal's gonna do the Zappy Bob, but I did not like that very much last time, and we're not supposed to be using our essence. Rather not wake up in a pool of my own puke again. Oh yeah, Tal can. I don't know if you know from when you were hanging out with him, but Tal can teleport people. It is not pleasant, especially if he cannot see where he's putting you. I thought he put me in a wall for a bit, but it was just Crow hugging me.
Tal is present, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's gesturing over to you every time he says something about you.
You're alive, aren't you?
I didn't say it was deadly, just not pleasant. And also, we're not supposed to use our essence. But yeah, so. I mean, the fence isn't. I don't know if we could jump the fence. I feel like if we went into the forest does the forest extend past the fence?
Yes.
Okay, so like we could try to go into the forest where they can't see, and we could try to go through the fence.
Let's do that.
Okay.
That way we're all together.
Okay.
I'll stay behind you guys a little bit. Then if you get caught or something, then I can do my thing.
Okay. Geo takes off his little coat thing, puts it in his backpack, and gets out one of his bandanas and ties it around his face. See, what they saw my face and they know Kay knows me. If they see me trying to break in, I don't want her to be connected. Like, assuming I actually get away if they see me trying to break in, but just in general trying to change how he looks.
Good disguise. Yeah. All right, let's go.
His bandana has like a giant hole right over his cheek. Like you can see part of his cheek through it. because the 4 bandanas he has are the interchangeable masks that he used when he was Ninja Turtles on ice. So they're the because he had the big Ninja Turtle, he had the big Ninja Turtle head without a mask on, and then you could put one of the 4 masks on to change which Ninja Turtle you were for that given performance. And he doesn't have the giant head anymore, but he kept the 4 masks, and those are the 4 bandanas he has.
Which color is it?
Well, he has the purple one tied around his arm, so this is, I guess he grabbed the orange one.
It's not gonna stand out walking through the woods.
No.
No, people don't wear orange when they're walking through the woods to stand out.
That's so that people don't shoot you.
I got orange.
Subtract 2 from the second number. Okay. And just for shiggles. Okay. All right. So you two, or you three rather, I assume, are like heading like this way.
I feel like we'd
Like at our
definitely
roundabout.
go more of an angle than that.
Well, right. But I'm just saying in general, like you're going
Yeah.
up this side.
Yeah, we're
Head
gonna
north
head-
eventually.
yeah, we're heading east first, but yes, we're eventually going north.
Okay, here. Smart asses. You're going this way. Okay. Then you guys start heading hugging the north wood line, like further out, try to stay out of eye shot of the city itself. And as you guys get in to the wood line, maybe about 24 feet or so in, you could start to see that like this area is really like mountainous, and it's been sort of a hilly like trek just getting here, but like as you start heading more and more north, it starts to get less hilly, more mountainous, and you could sort of see that that there's more sheer embankments. And as you move even closer, you could see like this makeshift fence that they built. It like goes up to like a steep embankment, and then you could start to see that they have like pieces of like sections of like privacy fence, and they have it sort of fastened to this fence like at an angle, almost like holding it up. And as it gets to like one of the more sheer mountainous areas, they kind of have it like cobbled together to like fit against it. But like as you get to that area, you could pretty easily like get past the fence if you scaled the mountain a little bit to jump over it.
Well, we're following Willow.
Parkour.
We'll take the lead and start making our way over.
Okay. For anybody, if you're actually just gonna try to like climb over, just need an athletics -2 for trying to get over this, because it is still a rather tall fence. Or you're gonna have to climb a mountain to do it. So either way, you're gonna have to do a little bit of athleticism.
I don't think bennies have been reset.
They haven't. We haven't
No,
gotten
they
bennies
haven't.
or cards.
That's my fault. I'm blaming it on COVID.
Took all your brain power.
Blame
right.
it on the COVID.
I think Willow made it.
So
Willow just fucking backflips over it. No preparation. She's like, well, see you guys later. Woo!
Willow like goes up to this. She doesn't start climbing right away. She's just looking around. Sees a pretty big tree and whips her hand. Her blade that she has tied up falls into her hand. She throws it up, and as it gets stuck in the wood, she just uses it to scale the mountain.
Are we scaling the mountain or the fence?
I think we're scaling
think
the
it was
mountain
a-
to get over the fence. Wasn't it to like climb the mountain a little bit and we can make it over?
Yeah, pretty much. So just kind of climb up the embankment a little bit, shimmy yourself over the fence, get to the other side, slide down the rope, give the blade a pull, do something cool because you did it with a raise.
After she makes her way on the other side, she like looks down at the other two, and she's like, that spot, and don't go too far or to the right, and you should make your way up pretty easily. And she's gonna try to support them.
With a battle roll or with a notice roll?
With a battle.
Okay. Okay. So with the bit of guidance that Willow's given, who's going next, Geo or Tal?
Geo's gonna run at it and start, trying to kick his feet in the right spots to, grab the
Parkour.
handholds. Parkour, yeah, whatever.
Sure. Give me that athletics -2, please. Actually, athletics flat because you got a +2 from Willow's assistance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Willow runs, or Willow like points in the different areas of where like it'd be easier to get over, and Geo, you do your best to follow the guidance of it, and you like run and kick your foot off the fence, and you hit like the smooth part of the outside of the privacy fence, like the decorative part of it, and you feel your foot slide a little bit, and you have to like recover at the very last second to just make it over. And you play it off. It doesn't look messy, but like you were so close to just not making that jump.
As you make your way without looking at you, she's still looking at Tao. She's like, I said don't go too far to the right.
How high is this fence?
The fence is, depending on the different areas of it, 6-8 feet tall, but it's all like cobbled together from like wood and picnic tables and shit like that, like in this area. So it's kind of haphazard.
Okay.
Tao might be in range to get the bonuses to
For what?
my battle roll.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll give it to Tal. I assume that all three of you are in close enough range that you can kind of dictate where everybody's going.
I was gonna say, Tal is gonna ride Ava up to the fence, and he says, "Up."
So just so
stand on her legs.
just so I'm sure with this, so you brought Ava to this as well?
Yeah, if we're staying out of sight, why not?
Okay.
I was not picturing Ava here. This is even better.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're gonna be walking over on Ava and basically just have Ava like stand next to the fence.
Yeah, if I knew that, I would have climbed it.
Yeah, he's just gonna stand on her back and shimmy on over.
I still need an athletics roll because it is still haphazard. You can roll it flat though.
We'll try it again. There we go.
Hey. Ava, up.
Fucking frozen.
Get her off me.
So Tal, you have Ava like stand and you like kind of get off the back and like try to get over the fence, and even in doing so, like you feel yourself winded, And like you go to make that first initial effort, and you're like, and you calm yourself for a second, and then push yourself over, and you get over pretty easily the second attempt. But like you can feel the fatigue kind of creeping in as you did it. All right, you guys are now on the inside of the walls. You're at this embankment. You're sort of in a wood line. You're about a dozen or so feet in the wood line. On the other side of the woods, looking out, which would be towards like your southeast, you can see there's like some older cabins. Whoever is doing, who's going to be doing point for like notice rolls on this?
Probably Willow.
Okay. Tal, Geo, give me notice rolls, please. All right. Willow, give me a notice +1, please.
Ooh, thank God for the +1.
So as you guys are looking off, so you can see that there's a bunch of cabins that sort of loop around, and as you look further down, you can see that like in the area that you're in, these cabins, the terrain is actually like moving downwards. Like this is all a downward embankment when you go south from here. And you can look over in the distance. You could probably see quite some distance away if you look straight east, like the back of some of the homes that are a little bit higher up and further out, which would be the city proper. And everybody give me a D6.
You can D6 these nuts.
That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know.
All right. I'll just make it since you're gonna be the loudmouth. High or low?
Hi.
All right.
Yeah.
And as you guys are sort of surveying this area and trying to figure out like where to go next, you notice that there is someone that is wearing some sort of official-looking regalia. Actually, Willow, you've already been in here, you know. So one of the city guards, the police, you see is like walking along the fence line and is headed in your guys' direction. They're 50 or so feet away. No one notices you there yet. But they are what appears to be doing a patrol up the wall itself. And they are headed in your direction. To your left of where you guys are standing, as I said, when you hopped over, it's more of a sheer embankment that goes up. And you got probably a good 15, maybe 20 feet of a not quite vertical, but sheer embankment that you see to your left. And then straight ahead of you, you could sort of see where the embankment comes out of the wood line, and you can see the stairs that are sort of man-made stairs put into the ground that lead up into that area.
Will like crouches down and starts wrapping her rope dart back up and points. There's a patrol coming this way. Can Ava make some kind of distraction on the outside while we move?
Sure. Ava, go back, hide in the trees, but as you run there, make a lot of noise. And then, once you're hidden in the trees, I want you to hide. And stay hidden until I come get you.
Just imagine a giant fucking undead bear hiding behind a bush.
little skinny trees.
Yeah.
It just looks like this.
Yeah. If I can't see you. Exactly.
The best part is when the guards notice it. Like, I'm gonna pretend I don't see it. It's like,
You see Ava like
that intimidation
go back.
stealth.
All right, so you have to give her verbal commands. Give me a stealth roll for this because at this point you're like talking to her through the fence. I want to see how you're good. Let's see how alert this guy is, but I won't even roll for it at that distance. As long as you don't crit fail, I'm pretty good. All right. So then, what's your guys' game plan? Bear's gonna take off running, make noise, hopefully pull a distraction away from you. Then what?
As soon as Willow hears the noise from Ava, she's gonna start moving towards the man-made stairs.
Okay.
Gio's following as he adjusts his handkerchief to cover more of his face.
Just got a hole
He's
right
got
here now.
Yeah, he's got. Well, the holes on those are big enough that they'll fit over both eyes. So it's like he's got one hole over both eyes, one hole over an ear.
Around his ear. I could hear
Man,
it.
when we catch up to Kay.
All right. I assume the three of you are gonna try to be stealthy doing this, or are you just hoping that the bear's making enough noise that you don't have to be?
Willow's gonna try to be stealthy.
Gio's trying to be stealthy.
Yeah, Tal's gonna pull his hood down so all you can really see is like white beard and can't really hide his blast staff, so he just has that out and using it kind of as a walking stick.
Okay. All three of you go ahead and give me stealth rolls, please.
Tal's never been stealthy though.
Yeah. Well, he's an aberrant though, so maybe he can convince them that he's just one of the aberrant that live in the woods. They'll just be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know what all of them look like."
I mean, I could try. Yeah, let's fuck it. Why not?
Much better.
Ah,
No,
well.
not yet.
Oh well.
I mean, it's still better.
It is.
It's not a better that counts. This,
All right.
we just gotta hope that Ava's distraction tactics work.
All right. So the three of you start following the embankment along towards where the staircase is at. You could hear Ava like start running through the foliage on the other side of the fence. Kay, while all this is going on, you made your way back around to the fence. You seen the guards that were there, and no one noticed you. So you get, or I'm sorry, the stairs, not the fence. You see the guards that are at the post. Are you gonna summit the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. So I assume that you got there way before they did. So you're going up the stairs. Maybe not way before, but you're there before them. So the stairs are sort of winding on like these plateaus, and like you get to the first area, and you can see that there's a bench that sort of back would be facing the cabins below. And then there's sort of this very weathered wooden fence that's sort of creating a slight barricade. And you're about 15 or so feet above the ground level where you started at. And then you see that the stairs continue to wind up. And there's another plateau 10 or so feet above where you are right now. How far do you plan on going before you stop to wait for them, or are you just going to go all the way until you find something and then they'll catch up when they catch up?
She goes to the second one,
Okay.
and she's on alert this whole time because they're looking for something.
Yeah.
So she's listening carefully and
Sure.
noticing.
Give me a notice roll then. Okay. So as you get to the second embankment, I'm sorry, the second plateau of this embankment, you could see that this is a larger, flatter area. And as you're sort of surveying it, what you could tell from this is like this used to be a campground. You could sort of see the partition lots of the campground, but it's all overgrown right now. No one has been maintaining this area here. So there's still some areas like dirt paths that are carved out. You could still see like the posts in the ground that have like the lot numbers for each one of the little individual grounds. And as you're sort of looking around, you get two things that hit you. First, you get a faint smell of a sort of pungent smell that you can't quite put your finger on what it is, but it's really faint in the air. And it's not
good or pungent bad.
It's not a good smell at all. You've smelled something like this before, but you can't really put your finger on what it is because it's just kind of a faint trace of it. And while you're sort of going through your mental Rolodex of like what the hell this smell is, you hear the sound of a bear growling in the woods off in the distance to your left. No, I would say growling, roaring, making a commotion.
How far away does it sound?
Fairly far.
If it sounded close, she would have like scrambled up a tree real fast. But
no, it doesn't sound close. But like, you really haven't heard any other bears in this area recently.
Oh yeah.
So, and with your 11. With you being, at this point 25 or so feet above the ground, and on this embankment, as you're sort of looking down, you can see the fucking Three Stooges over here, sort of wrapping around the base of the mountain, like if you're looking down, it'd be to your right at this point, wrapping around the base of the mountain in your direction and heading towards the stairs. And
she'll just remain slightly hidden and wait for them then.
Okay. And I need to see what to roll here. D6. Okay. Okay. So Willow, as soon as the commotion happens, you can see the guard that was on patrol. He quickly runs up to this area of the wall, and you can see that they have boards sort of nailed into the fencing itself in this makeshift stairwell almost. And he sort of climbs about halfway up it, and he where his upper half of the body is over the fence, and he's sort of looking in the direction. And he looks over his left shoulder and yells back at the two people on patrol. He's like, "It's another one of those bears!" And you could see, the three of you would be able to see this. Kate, it's probably a little bit out of your sight at this point, but you could see the guards that are on post. They scramble into the cabin nearest to where they are. And you can see them coming out with heavier weaponry. And the guy that was on patrol, he is taking off running towards the city proper. And the other two they're still at the gate. But you see them actually pulling these large stakes out of the ground, and they are closing the city off. And then this guy here, he's taking off running towards the city proper itself. And I mean, he's running.
There's no joke.
So,
Willow stops for a second and looks over at Tal. She gonna be safe where she's at?
I don't know. But if they hurt my bear, I'm gonna hurt them. Let's just keep going.
Geo doesn't say anything for once.
What?
Bullshit. I'm calling it.
I think my favorite thing about this is, like, you said that Kay saw the Three Stooges down there. She definitely sees the weird makeshift bright orange bandana the Geo has tied around his head. She's like, what the fuck is this fool doing?
Camouflage.
It's just a really bad Toby cosplay from Naruto. He's got the orange mask with the one eye and just the black shirt now.
Willow keeps going.
All right, so I assume you guys wait for the guy running to get further away, and then you get on these stairs, and again, the stairs kind of go up to this first plateau. You see a bench. Does Kay, like, bird call or say anything, like, as they're coming up?
Coco.
They're hooting.
No, she'll just step out of where she was slightly hidden to, like, their line of sight and do a wave, and just, like, wave at them.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys get to the first plateau area where the bench is, and then you see the stairs kind of converge up about 10 more feet, and you can see at the summit Kay sort of standing there waving at you.
Hey, look. I led us right to K, just like I planned. Willow
Kay
starts
just
laughing.
smiles.
And as you guys get to the top, everybody but Tal, maybe not Willow. I guess it depends on the life she lived, but you guys could pretty clearly identify this is like a campground area that you moved into. And you see that the terrain is a lot more flat and plateaued off, and it sort of curves around to like the northeast. It like wraps, and you can see like the individual lots that are kind of partitioned out. Everybody, go ahead and give me a notice roll, please, except for Kay. You already did. All right. Willow, you too, as you get up there and start surveying this area, you get like this smell that kind of assaults your senses. It's not a pleasant smell, but you can't really put your finger on what it is. What I'll say for you is give me a spell casting roll real quick. While training with X, and trying to learn, like how to master like the electric form of the essence, the times where you fucked up or X fucked up when showing you and you've sort of electrically burned yourself, that's the smell you get.
As soon as she gets to the top and she gets a whiff of this, she pauses, like bends down and pulls up her cowl, throws over her hood, and looks back at the group. Some kind of an electrical burn? Someone got burned or some shit?
Oh boy.
Electric burns suck.
Well, now I'm nervous about what we're going to be finding up here.
Probably a corpse.
Or several.
Willow just keeps going.
All right,
So
so
does Kay.
from the little stair path that you guys climbed up here, you could see that there's a very clear dirt path that's been worn through this area for years and years of use. The lots themselves of each one of these individual campsites have been overgrown. in a lot of the areas. There's still wear from like areas where the grass just has no chance of growing back, just completely dead. And there's like little islands of tall grass in the middle where it's just been growing wild. And for like Tal and Geo, like this is probably a pretty serene area at this point. You know, the tall grass sort of swaying in the wind. But for Kay and Willow, the scent just keeps sticking with you. And every time the wind blows just right, you get the smell of it. And as you continue following this path along, you get to an area in the back that's sort of pushed up against this embankment that heads up even further into the mountains. And as you start nearing it, the scent becomes stronger and stronger to the point that all four of you at this point can smell it. And at the very end of this path, there's sort of this communal area where there's fences and whatnot put together, where it would be like some sort of common ground of this campsite. And in the dead center of that, there is this pile of just charred bodies.
Found him.
I hate people.
Ugh.
Well, this is not what I wanted to find.
Well, they're not sure what to do with the sick. They resort to old tactics.
Oh, wait. Do dead bodies... Yeah, that's stupid. Dead bodies hold diseases. Probably not go near that.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I'm good with that.
I don't think our friend is going to be living near this.
I don't think so either.
All right, so where are we going?
So,
The
quick question.
Doctor said north.
You said these bodies are in a pile. Did you say they were burned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'm not going to bother asking to determine any features or what they're wearing because they're burned.
I mean, if you want to inspect them, you can.
Nah, I was just going to be like, from a distance, if you could like obviously tell that it's like, this is aberrant clothing.
You can obviously tell that they are humanoid.
Yes. These sure are humanoid figures that have been burned.
Yeah, and there's a pile of it's a couple dozen.
So Kay shakes her head and just like, I guess we continue for a bit. To be specific, the doctor looked at me and sort of like lowered her head in a "you will find answers there" look in her eyes, said to me, "Don't go investigate the north." Which clearly meant we would find answers here.
Should we like have evidence of this if something comes up?
I don't believe we need evidence of it.
I mean, you could take a picture.
True, you're
Just
the
in
one with
case.
a phone.
That's what I was getting at. We'll take a picture of the bodies.
Perfectly normal for a 17, possibly 18-year-old girl to have on her phone.
Yeah.
wallpaper.
My lock screen.
That's metal, bro.
No. What you do is you put it in a slideshow that's your screensaver with a bunch of normal photos.
Mhm.
Like, oh,
It's like
okay. Wait, what the
flowers
fuck
and
was that
shit.
one? Hold on, go back. Go back. Like, oh no, it's just all normal stuff. Never mind that one. Anyways,
Don't worry about it. That was I went to Burning Man.
Literally.
Lord. Anyways,
Continue north, I guess.
continue through the woods around here. Yeah,
okay.
looking for any signs of survival.
Yeah. So as you continue, this area sort of, as I said, wraps around like the northeast, and it kind of hugs the base of the mountain area here, and a couple yards beyond that, you get to more lots, and then you can see at the end, which looks like the front of this campground. There's a singular cabin there that is similar in structure to the cabins that were down the embankment, and you can see that there's a weathered sign out front, and it looks like this is like the entrance to this campground.
I want to know what the sign says. Kay's gonna walk over to check out this sign and peek inside of the front cabin.
Sure. So as you guys start getting closer to the sign that's out front, which has like the overgrowth and whatnot near it, when you approach this cabin, you can hear someone talking. Feel free to give me a notice roll -4.
There was an attempt.
All of us?
If you want to. If you're trying to figure out what this guy's saying. You don't have to by any means.
At least one of us listened. Damn.
So yeah, you guys can hear someone talking, but you can't really make out what's being said.
Immediately upon hearing somebody talking, time to stealth. It's not the best stealth, but it's a stealth.
Okay. And are you gonna approach the cabin or what?
I mean, initially she wanted to just see what the campground's name was, because sometimes it'll tell you where you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that she was curious when we were first, like where was this? Like, I know the world is different now, but where are we?
Sure. So as you approach the cabin, you can see the sign, and there's like grass that's sort of partially covering it and whatnot. But as you get within range of it, you could see that it says Esmeralda RV Park, and then you could see sort of at the bottom of it says Camp and Cabins.
All right. Taking note of that mentally. Then, want to go like sneaking up to the cabin along the side, so not approaching the front door, so she can try to like maybe peek in a window or something.
Sure. And as you look in the window, you see this frail framed older man that's just sitting on the edge of a bed, just sort of looking at the wall, and they're pantomiming as they're talking, and you can see them just sort of like moving their hands in frustration, and they're kind of just dictating with their hands. They're dark skin, similar to what Tal looks like, tall, thin frame, similar to what Tal looks like, and the attire they're wearing is very much so akin to like the aberrant wear that you've seen back from Vegas, and they're talking, and from like the distance you're at right now, you can just hear him saying like, "And if I could just reconnect, I can force myself to relearn. It's all around. Mind over matter, you can do it, we can do this."
Kay's going to back away from the window and just like quietly say to everyone else, "So that seems to definitely be him. Certainly appeared to be aberrant, wearing similar clothes to you, Tal, and the others that were at the settlement. Seems to be an older gentleman, and kind of seems like he's bargaining with himself or the essence as if it were an entity and trying to reconnect. Shall we knock on the door and talk to him?"
Sure, but if I'm right, he's probably either on the edge or has already lost himself. So I would be ready, because you don't know if he's going to lash out or if he's just going to babble a lot of nonsense at you.
Kay nods, approaches the door, looks back at the others to just make sure nobody's like, "Wait," last second.
Willow's standing behind the two guys.
When
Gio was looking like he almost went up there and knocked himself when you asked if we should go in. So he's
When she turns around to look back at everyone, does Gio still have the fucking thing on his head?
yes.
Maybe.
Take that shit off. You look suspicious. You look weird. You might think you're a threat.
Just slowly reaches up and pulls it, unties it, and pulls it. The knot was tight. I thought it would just pull off.
Yeah, you weirdo.
She tries to like crush a
Willow
smile
has
because
all
she knows
fucking-
she shouldn't be smiling about this. And just...
Willow has a black cowl, black hood. You can only see her eye. Gio's the weirdo.
Well, I didn't know she had her hood and shit up.
Too focused on Gio's orange face mask with the single ear hole and eye hole.
Just gotta be sure he can listen.
So you're gonna actually knock on the door?
Yep.
So as you knock on the door, you could hear like the stammering, like, and then we'll be able to. Someone is here. Yes.
Hello, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. Hoping you can help.
I want some Thin Mints.
What?
What'd you just say?
Did Geo Keiko's up and has a very demure hello, sir, and Geo is just like, damn, now I want some Thin Mints.
She's trying to just knock on the door politely. Gio's just here like, Girl Scouts.
She brought Girl Scouts to mind, and he suddenly wanted Thin Mints.
Go away. We have no further transaction to make.
Please. I have a friend here who's aberrant, and he's not well.
When you say that, he gets up and like quickly moves to the door. And you can hear him like moving stuff away from the door. And he opens it up. And he's like looking through. And you could see as he's like peering through the crack of the door that his eyes are just completely black. The color that was in there has dissipated entirely. It is just black. You could see the weathered expression on his face. And he opens the door and he I can smell the sickness on you. Hope for death. And he closes the door.
All right, let's go.
Whoa, wait,
Starts turning around.
Could you tell us how you survived? Anything would help, please.
Give me a roll on the reactions table. He swings the door open. Survived. This is not survival. This is a fate worse than death. I am nothing. I am no named, no caste.
Chased.
No caste.
Okay.
No, that's his words. No name, no caste. This is not survival. This is a cruel trick.
Tell like peeks over his shoulder and he's like, I must apologize. Companions here believe that there is some way to survive this, and we are sorry to bother you, and we will leave you to it.
If not trying to help Tal at all, I know that he wouldn't want to live without essence. But Geo, she just kind of turns and looks at him. Geo is cursed. She's known plenty of life without the essence. So if there's something you could do to help him not lose himself.
He rubs his face and he rubs his hands all the way up his bald head. And you see this sort of look of, like, just remorse on his face. If you don't use the essence, this disease may not kill you. I was one of the doctors here, and I saw early on, as this started to spread, that the more our people used the essence to try to fix this problem, as we used to fix all of our problems, the worse it made it. The more it spread, the more damage that was done. And I tried telling people not to, and I led by example. For nearly 2 weeks, I didn't use essence. And here I am.
Have you always been a doctor?
More or less, yes.
So, like, you're I don't know how doctors work on your guys' side of, like, the merger thing, but you're, like, a learned man then?
He looks at you and he looks over at Tal.
It's just, our doctors have to do a lot of, like, non-doctor learning, so they know a lot of side stuff that's, like, not doctor stuff. I wasn't sure if that's how your doctors work, too.
We do have similar schooling,
So,
and most of us are born with an innate gift.
have you ever heard of something called, like, the Devourer, then?
His expression changes from like remorseful to almost like a scour, and he just looks at you.
Because, like, these gray dudes told me the Devourer was behind the anti-essence thing, and it was coming to eat shit.
he like sort of rushes to you as you say that, and he like gets like right in your face, and he's like, "What do you know of the Greys, human?"
I was just eating a burger. It's like, dude, I was like, I was eating, and then everyone was frozen, and nothing was moving, and this guy in a gray hood, which when I described him to Tal, said was this gray dude, said like the anti-essence was, like negative essence was infecting the area, and it touched all the essence and turned it into negative essence, and the Devourer was coming to feed off us. I don't. It's been 2 weeks for Josh, but only a couple hours for Geo. So Josh is having trouble remembering exactly what they said.
He grabs you by your shirt, and he starts pulling you towards the cabin, and he's like, "Come here," and he like is walking headstrong like into the cabin.
Geo isn't exactly resisting, but also not walking with him exactly, so he's like half being dragged, half, you know.
Well, depending on how much of a force you put up to it, he's a frail little dude. He ain't gonna overpower you.
He's not like actively resisting. He's
Okay.
just like stumbling along.
Then yeah, he pulls you in, and as he pulls you inside of this, there's this large paper map that's on the wall that shows like the entire like layout of this campground, and you can see that you're in like the office of like the management office that has been sort of retrofitted into this like studio apartment, if you will. And on this giant like 6 foot by 6 foot map that's there, in thick black writing, you can see that this guy has scrawled out just this massive wall of text. And he's like talking and just sort of rambling from what you could tell as he's pulling you in there. And he's like, "When we came here, a new form of essence was created called xenomancy." And he's like touching on the paper when he gets in there. He said, "And this is, to the best of what I could figure, the negative essence. When essence is dispelled, it is not destroyed, it is converted. And then he's like following his finger around, almost like he's telling you a story with the things that are kind of scrawled out here. And there are creatures that are here that don't exist on this plane where we can see them, but they exist on a plane that exists congruently to where we are. And these creatures feed off of this negative essence. And that's the devourer that I think you speak of. And he like points, and like there's like this very crude, almost like stick figure drawing of like a dog or a wolf. And like that's what he's pointing to as he says that.
Is that like where we went when we fought the golem thing?
Kay's hands are up in her hair, and she's like, so, during that recent essence storm, we ended up having to do battle with some sand sentinel that walked through almost a tear in reality and became, I want to call it like almost obsidian, stone, something. But while we were fighting it, I realized we could only truly affect it while we were inside of these tears in reality. But the only reason I realized we could was because I threw intangibility on myself while I was in there. And you know, if you're already not in your plane in that... Wait, that's Megan being meta. Back up. And when I was intangible, there were these other beings that just turned and looked at me and just stared at me while I was there. Maybe that's the in-between.
That sounds like you found a veil where the different planes overlapped and you were able to somehow stand in multiple planes at once. He pulls out a marker and he starts writing more at the bottom. He's like, I theorized that this would be possible, but had no experience of being... What I think... We may be able to help each other.
Yes.
I theorize that if we could find a way through that veil, that I could get back my essence while on the other plane. I could reestablish my connection. And in doing so, if you, and he like points at Tal, if you were to expel your essence while on the negative plane, that you would be essentially burning and creating fuel at the same time. And he's like pointing at the board like it makes total sense. Like nothing he's saying sounds crazy at all. He's just like, it's like right here. Do you understand? When you use it, you're sending it off to this other plane. But if you were to use it while on that plane, where does it go? If you were to drain yourself completely while there, I think that you could shed this virus, because the virus thrives on the positive charge of the essence. But in the void, there'd be no positive charge, it would be all negative.
Great. So we just got to find another essence storm that happens to create rips in reality, walk through, and have Kay bring us through the veil. Sounds Sounds easy.
Or we could channel the essence that you have into your friend who already has the ability to step into that veil.
Are you saying
That sounds like you want us to infect Kay.
Are you saying that when I make it so others can't touch me by becoming more or shifting in and out?
You're stepping on another plane.
Yeah, I'm stepping into a different plane of existence, but walking through where I can see and interact with the current. And that's why they can't touch me, is because I'm not on the plane.
Right, you're one layer separated from where we are.
But if I need to be duly separated to see those other beings, does that mean that one layer deep brings me to Auntie and then going back again pulls me back into a positive, but perhaps in a different plane, and it's just a polarity thing?
Not exactly how I was picturing it, but that does make sense. I'm thinking that it's another layer deeper. And given the fact that this storm had brought the veils closer together, that you were able to shift between the layers more easily. Because we don't have that negative charge in the air that the storm brought, we would essentially have to utilize negative essence or xenomancy. And he taps back on the paper.
But how does one access xenomancy?
We have two hosts. And he just sort of fans his arms out towards Geo and Tal. The negative essence is what's eating away at them. If they are able to channel that at the same time that you open this veil, we may all be able to go 2 layers deep. And my speculation on this is if they expel all their essence, do a complete burnout, while on a negative plane, that they should be able to kill off this virus inside of them before it completely eats away at the essence. Do you feel it? And he's like looking into Tal at this point. Do you feel it eating away from the inside? Do you feel your connection with the garden waning?
Of course I do.
I have rode this storm. I have seen it pass. Your connection will be severed if you do nothing. I hope, with the way that this virus ate my connection to the essence away, that on that negative plane, I may be able to absorb the power that you expel. Sort of supercharging me. But at the same time, you are willfully expelling your essence and not having it usurped from you bit by bit, that you will starve this virus out on the negative plane. But it's only a theory. We've never had I don't know if it will work, but I do know what will happen if you do nothing.
How long do you propose that Kay is using her essence to be crossing over like this.
If my calculations are correct, it will require a large focus of energy, but she should be able to open a gateway for all of us to go into. You two will have to channel your negative essence into her to supercharge this ability. In doing so, you do risk infecting her. So when we get to the other plane, all of you will have to expel all of your essence.
While I'm maintaining this, it'll just be slowly draining me. This is not an easy cast, and I've never pulled anyone with me.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm 100% down with this. Like, this
Do
is
you
just
want
a
to
theory.
die?
I don't want to infect my friend on a theory.
Did you see the newest addition to our lovely city? And he like gestures out towards the pyre.
Yeah, I saw the little, reenactment of the Black Death there.
That is what happened to the people who thought they would just wait.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding how I'm opening a veil.
You know the basics of how to do it for yourself. I can show these two, and looks over at Willow, who hasn't really been part of the conversation much at all, and said, or three, how they can channel it. And there's no guarantee that this will work. I don't know that it will. But I've had more time than I care to admit to think about this. And outside of not using essence and hoping for the best, this is the only course of action that I could think of. I have been trying to figure out a way to channel this negative energy because I feel I can reverse this. And if we figure out a way to reverse this, we potentially prevent what happened to all of them in the future. So is it just a theory? Yes. Is it a calculated theory? Yes. Is there a possibility that it doesn't work? Yes. But the survival rate for this virus is me.
Not just. I mean, at least for Aberrant, just you. But there have been at least a pair of human children that I've met that survived, and one adult. They were chased, but the adult now has the ability to use the essence. The children were less lucky. Their bodies have faded, and they appear to just be
Bloodlings. I know who you're speaking of. The
Poland's
Bloodlorn
children.
and his offspring.
Yes.
That's what happens when negative essence infects a host that has no connection to essence whatsoever. It is permanently mutated them at a core level. And the irony of it is, your friend now has to reenact the pain that he saw his family go through to be able to tap into these new abilities. Meanwhile, his children have no option but to. They have no off switch. They have no control. That's what happens when essence goes unregulated.
Okay.
But from the history,
Yeah, on the phone, I hear nothing. I've returned.
but from what has happened here in the history of this virus so far, anyone with a connection to essence has died, with the exception of the one person who wishes they did.
All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it because it's one of those, like, if this doesn't work, I could be giving up my life. Sort of things, you know?
Yeah.
I have the ability to pull us into the other plane. Why are they casting on me?
Because you only have the ability to go one layer deeper. And we need to make it to the negative plane. We need to go beyond what is normally accessible. We need to go to the veil where essence goes to die. This is my summation of what the humans would call heaven. Or hell. Or purgatory.
So you need us to channel our essence because our essence is infected with the negative essence. And then you need K to open the veil while connected to our negative essence,
Exactly.
essentially.
And we
Do
may
I
be
pull
able
them
to.
one layer deep, then they affect me, and I try to pull an additional layer deep? Is that what we're doing?
They will channel their essence into you, which will transfer the negative essence. And then you will open the veil using their negative essence. In doing so, you will be infected. But the hopes are, if we channel enough power into it, we should be able to make it to the negative plane. In the negative plane, all of you will have to completely burn your essence. You will have to starve the virus. With it having nothing to eat, it will die.
Okay.
As I'm sure, I hope that you've both, at this point, learned enough of your own essence to know that when you do a total burnout, that while it is fatiguing, there are typically not lasting side effects of it. And what I theorize is that once you starve this virus out, that when you come back to this plane, you will just have to recover like you normally would. But the virus will be dead. But if you use your essence here on this plane, you are just burning it and giving it more fuel, and this virus will consume you even faster. It needs to be done on the negative plane. And my ask is that when you all burn out your essence, that you do so on me. Worst case scenario, you kill me. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Worst case scenario is this doesn't work at all and we just kill our friend. I'm still not sure I'm
You
behind this.
you die no matter what.
Yes, we die no matter what. We're not taking her with us.
Do you know how to step through the veil to another plane? If she were in a scenario where she was gonna die and you could do it, would you help her?
Yeah, but that's different.
It's the same thing.
And it's
This is
not
your
just
only
you.
chance.
It's not just you. If he's right and we can fix this, I could be saving so many lives. My life is not so important that it's not worth trying.
This virus is not like anything that we have seen in the garden. This virus was birthed here when this merger happened. We are groundbreaking in this research. The risks for this are huge. But without it, we already know the outcome.
I'm trying to remember if when we were inside of the veil, if Paul tried to cast, I can't recall. I know he was in there with me. I do wonder if he and his children, if they were pulled into the negative plane, they would be able to attempt to remove the negative essence that was within them by spending it and might return to normal.
He gets up and he walks over to the large 6x6 map and he points to an area that has like a red box and there's a little bit of writing inside of it. And he says, aberrant, a birth of essence. Therefore, when we lose our essence, we typically die. I theorize that your friend was birthed of negative essence. If they were to lose it, I think the same would happen for them.
But these were not gifts and skills they were born of.
That may be true. But I don't
I'm sure
feel...
it's not something he'd be willing to try and potentially leave his 2 daughters behind through all this.
I think that he may have some shot of severing his connection and going back to the life that he had. But I have a feeling that his bloodlings...
Children.
Bloodlings.
They're still just little girls. Even if they don't look the same, even if they aren't physically the same.
But they are...
Their souls
of
are
scientific
still just
merit.
children.
It bears calling out the difference. You cannot treat them like normal children. They are very special. And if you try to treat them as a normal child, you will likely kill them. They are bloodlings, and they need to be treated as such. It is not a bad thing, but it is an important characteristic.
Okay.
But, again, he's tapping on it. This is only something that I theorize.
And does he have his equations all written out, like on the board or something?
Oh, yeah. Like the shit that Tal has in his notebook is like in full display on this 6x6 fucking
Okay,
this map
that's what
here.
the smarts rolled for. Like while they're doing all this talking, he's just back there. He's got X's notebook open, and he's like basically running his own calculations based off of that.
Yep.
I was hoping you would be doing that.
Geo
Um,
looks over to Kay like, I think in the end this is going to be up to you. You're the one putting it at risk, but you don't
well,
have to
I know.
say
I
the
don't.
word and we're gone.
I know. I know you guys care so much. I have already expended a good deal of my essence today, and there is no way I could bring us all over there right now if we wanted to. Where I do feel set on doing this, for all of your sake, so you don't think I'm making a rash decision, we'll sleep on it, because I would need that power anyways, through the rest, for my essence to recharge, to even attempt to pull this off. And she just kind of looks at Tal. I'm sure we'll have things to discuss.
You're free to rest here if you want. They only send people once a week, so I have 2 days before anybody will be here to bother me.
Better than trying to sneak back in again.
Kay nods, and then she pauses. She goes into her bag and she pulls out an apple fritter. She goes, it's kind of stale, but the filling in this kind of seems to get your kind slightly intoxicated if you'd like to try.
He gives you sort of just a shallow smile, and he accepts it. And he's just sitting on there, and he's still talking and kind of rambling about everything, and he's just tearing pieces off. And when he notices like Tal like studying it and shit, like he follows your gaze to what you're looking at, and he like begins explaining like his thought process on like different areas.
Yeah, like, and if he's paying attention to what like Tal is scribbling in the notebook, like he'll see him copy part of the formula, cross it out, and then start making like adjustments to it. And he's just like, while he's still yapping, like he seems to be like kind of listening, but also very focused on what he's doing and just flipping through pages and writing stuff.
Kay has just begun meditating at this point. She's just resting because she knows that's what she can do best to help right now.
Yeah, if he sees you starting to do something like that, he like offers you the bed, and he gets up and goes sits on one of the couches.
She just kind of shakes her head and goes, this is how I'm used to resting. Tal and I have done a lot of travel, and he's taught me everything I know.
Except when to let go.
As if you know how to do that either.
Just keeps scribbling.
Well, I made up my mind. If Kay decides to be selfish with her life that was given to her, I'll stay behind. I'll figure this out. I'll figure out how to jump between planes, and I'll help.
Gio's giving her a look.
He sort of like looks at you, and he gives you like a soft smile, and he says, I fear that there's not enough time for you to learn what would be needed in order to help these two.
It's
Brows
not about those two.
furrow, and she just kind of like snaps her head to Willow and points and goes, "Is that the thing you said about time demons?
I don't know.
But like, you mentioned something about when you and X were doing the whole training thing. I don't know.
Professor Davies said that if we broke the time barrier, that it could release demons onto the plane. He said that when he was doing his own time manipulation barrier, he broke the plane multiple times, seen multiple demons himself. Me and X never seen demons of ourselves.
I think he was breaking through the same veil and seeing the same creatures that Kay saw. Maybe there's more than one way to break through.
I vaguely know what you're speaking of, but I don't know of demons. I know of facsimiles. See,
That sounds familiar.
Humans are taught that time works in a straight line. But that's not how time works. Time works in a ripple. Time is the same forwards as it is backwards. It is multidimensional. And this plane of negative essence, any of your spent energy is there. All of your spent energy there. It exists at the exact same time that we do now and in different times. And these facsimiles, they are variants of your projected essence. They can look just like you, or me, or this map. But they've managed to cross planes. And they exist here, unwelcomed by our plane, as we are unwelcomed by theirs. But characteristically, they would be identical to you or I.
I know it's not something we'd probably be able to do, but I'd love to see him and Professor Davies talk. I think they'd both love that.
Well, like I said, I'm willing to do this. I don't care how long it takes. Helping those two would be a plus, but it's not why I'm willing to help.
Greater good.
Well, depending on what is said, we can always try. We just will have to wait for that perfect moment. With these two having the virus in them, we don't have to wait for the negative energy to come to us. It's already here. It's not something that I feel one person could do alone. To be able to step into this negative plane is going to require more essence than any individual I have seen capable of doing. And I've seen Aberrant far more powerful than any of the Kurish here. And this is not a dig at you, it's just the connection is much stronger on the garden than it ever is here. And I don't believe that any one person could pull this off. So we would have to wait for a storm or something of that similar to what happened to your friend here. But it can be done, theoretically.
Theoretically.
Willow gets up and starts walking out.
Tal, this sounds an awful lot what got us into this mess. Except I'm the conduit this time. It's the story of Area 51.
Yep.
Wait, you guys have met aliens?
No, Geo! Not aliens. I wasn't a part of this. This is just something that Tal has told me.
Geo, by your human definition, what do you think I am to you?
I would say extra-dimensional beings are not the same as extraterrestrial beings.
Not from your planet originally.
Yes, but I mean, by that
Alien.
definition, aliens from a different country are aliens. I mean, it's if you're from a dimensionally displaced sphere that occupies the same geospatial location of Earth, you are an Earthling. You're not the same species, but you're extra-dimensional, not extraterrestrial. There's a difference.
Who said that the garden and Earth were geologically in sync?
I mean, they like overlapped. Wasn't that the whole thing? Everything got put together. I mean, maybe they weren't in sync and they were just dimensionally, our two universes were moving, and when our planets happened to overlap, because on your dimension it was moving this way and on my dimension it was moving this way, but that's, I don't know, the way stuff happened, it felt like you guys are from a different dimension and our dimensions combined, and we all got to meet because we happen to be in the same geolocational spot in both dimensions. So I think you guys are extra dimensional, but not extraterrestrial.
I think that's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say. Don't get, that's not a dig at you. It's more of like me being impressed.
I mean, I got really
Usually
good
you just
grades
bumble.
in school. I got really good grades in school. It's just I only really concentrate on stuff that interests me, and sci-fi interests me, and this is kind of sci-fi except real life now. I mean, if it wasn't so deadly, it'd be kind of cool.
Not saying you're wrong, but that's still alien.
Regardless.
Okay, this is going to be a... I don't know. If this is what you want to do, just don't do it because of some friendship or some misguided, I don't know, notion that you have to save us or something.
Gio's nodding along with Tal the whole time.
And if this does work, this will put an incredible strain on you. So the thought that you would be able to do this for the masses,
I can't
yeah.
be the only one who can cast like this. I know
No.
I figured out this one on my own, and it wasn't something that you can do, but...
Right. It is rare, and other people that have different accesses to essence can do it.
Well,
It doesn't-
once, if this works, we can mosey back into town. I can get scanned again. I can be like, I'm cured. Here's how we did it. And, we'll not mention the sneaking into town part. But, I mean, they made a machine that could scan essence for diseases. Well, who's to say that once they know how to do this, they can't make a machine that can open a rift to the other place? I feel like them having that type of machine might not be good. I don't.
I made the machine that scans for the diseases.
Even better. So if this works, why can't you just make a machine that does what Kay does? Oh, because it would take too long because we die from the disease before you finish. Yeah, I got it.
Also, it's not... Detecting essence is much easier than creating a device that can
Project.
manifest or manipulate it. And then he sort of like stops out and he looks at Tal and he's like, but if we had more of those, and he points to your blast staff,
I'm still trying to make sure that this is going to even be plausible with just K's essence, let alone. Can't imagine there's a lot of blast staffs around. We have 2.
Kay pulls hers out and just puts it down beside Tal's.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen any since I've been here. But the crystal on the end of that has a unique property of being able to manipulate essence. So, in theory, one could make a device that does it. But
What about like liquid stuff? Wasn't there like First Light had that drug that manipulated essence? Couldn't you like alchemize the flowers that make people high off essence and create like a liquid solution? I don't know.
I don't believe that manipulated essence. I think it manipulated your body's production of and essentially made everything fire on all cylinders.
Okay, yeah, so that only works if you pump it into a creature, and if we go that direction, that's war crimes territory. Okay.
I also must object to the production of anything that's going to create a doorway, as doors swing both ways.
Mm-hmm.
This we can agree on. As I mentioned before, we have already seen facsimiles. And again, they are unwanted on our plane as we are on theirs. They are a chaos agent. They are negative existence.
They just looked afraid to me.
As I'm sure that not all humans are malicious with intent. I don't assume all the beings on that plane are either. But the ones that are determined to come here for chaos, our world is essentially a conduit for them. All the essence that we burn, they strive from. It's like trees and oxygen.
Push and pull.
But to that same token, us going to their plane could be destructive to them in ways too. There's a lot of unknown variables here. But I am comfortable in my calculations. And if they are correct, this is possible. But I can offer you no more guarantee than that. This is territory that no one has been able to explore before us.
Just a thought, perhaps the facsimiles themselves coming to our plane is what created this negative essence virus, because it needed to latch on to something to put it back into its natural place to form balance. For all we know, going to the other plane and spending our essence could be working towards fixing something that's happening to them as well.
That is possible. I don't think that we have the means to study that end of the equation, unfortunately, but
No, but it's
a start.
pretty thought.
It is, and if this does pan out to be true, and we start to explore that, we may be able to figure out ways to harness this negative energy without needing to step into the plane itself. We've had people that have created time bubbles. So why not creating bubbles of negative existence? An isolated air chamber to be able to expel the essence into. Again, this is just a thought, this is a hypothesis without supporting data, but
What is philosophy if not just a bunch of people sitting in a room thinking out loud?
so I've seen you run the numbers. What do you think?
He's has circled some things, crossed out some things, has made like additional notes branching off from his calculations. And...
Are you showing them to him?
No, he's just got the book like open in front of him, and like he pauses once in a while to like read the board, think a little bit, and he continues writing. So if he just like wants to look over, he's not gonna like.
Oh, he's not
aware.
even. He's just sitting on the bed pulling apart this fritter and eating it.
It's possible, but if this works, I don't want any of our names, especially hers, attached to this. Humans and those who used to be human, I've seen what they do in the face of fear, and any sort of virus or plague is quite scary for them. I don't want any power grabs to be the... I don't want the goal to be grab the person who made this possible and use them.
Well, if that's what you want at its core, I will be the one responsible for all of it. I think that it'll be doubly fascinating if I lost my connection to the essence and then regained it. That's something that no one back home would even believe.
Jay's just blinking at him for a bit. And then she's just gonna test a theory without even asking because she's like this. She's just gonna attempt to mind link with him. Rude. Didn't work. Now I'm gonna try it one more time. Well, I'm just curious if I could connect to you this way, since Essence isn't working for you. You have no cast, but do you have connection enough for this?
And as he start like talking, like in his head, like you see him close his eyes. Yes, I can still hear you, but this is not due to my connection of the essence. This is due to yours. But I can feel your essence almost like a warm, sunny ray on my skin. And you see him like tear up as he's just sitting there with his eyes closed.
I'll keep this up for a bit for you. I feel like you need this.
Geo looks over to the old dude and just kind of nods.
His eyes are closed. He's not paying attention to you.
Well, no, he's just nodding to himself. Because from his perspective, the old dude just ate the drunken thing, and then leaned back, closed his eyes, and
So
started mellowing
delicious.
out. It's like,
And then cried.
yeah,
He's like, yeah,
like,
man,
old
they
dude
are
who's got
good.
like no vigor left is eating the eating the drugged fritter. And they're just sitting back and going on his little trip here.
Trip on, old dude. Trip on.
But, you know, you may have noticed Kay's essence go off of just like a whisk of dirt around her in a circle. You never
Oh,
know.
I hope I didn't. We'll see.
It's better this way.
You don't gotta try to find out if you did or not. You can just say you didn't.
Yeah. He didn't. He's too busy looking at the old man, and he just thinks he's on his. He's just
He's vibing.
He's vibing on that fritter.
And he's just sitting there kind of with his head back, his eyes closed.
Tal like turns away from the board, still looking into the book, and then he looks at Kay and is like, I wish I could do this instead of you, so you didn't have to risk yourself for this.
I know.
Unfortunately, the way my essence works, it has to be instantaneous. So
Dark matter is finicky.
yeah, like I have to, when I transport someone through dark matter, it's got to be like down to the zeptosecond. Like it has to be that fast, because as I'm making you one with dark matter, it will start drifting away if it's any slower. But you can maintain it. And I know that you're going to do this anyway. So I'm not even going to waste time trying to talk you out of it.
And since I'm gonna be infected anyway, she just walks over and she gives you a big hug.
He's looking so displeased.
Just do it for me. I'm gonna do it, but it's still scary, you know? You'd have to be a fool to step into this with nothing like bravery. Like Felix. He never took a second to think. It was always just to help others. I at least think it through, right?
Yeah, he was my first experimentation with teleportation.
Of course he was.
So I'm not the only one you've sent off into the great unknown.
Well, luckily for him, it worked.
Did
I
he also
tested-
like collapse and start puking and stuff when you did it? 'Cause that wasn't fun.
No, I teleported him to a girl he had a crush on, so he was distracted. I'm pretty sure the only thing on his mind was how big her boobs were. That sounds about like Felix.
It does.
Well, I'm going to keep running the numbers. You just...
I'm gonna get some rest.
Yeah.
Rest sounds like it's a good idea about now.
Kay will actively maintain the mind link with the aberrant man whose name escapes me. And Wait, no, he has no name, no caste. He is not having a name at the point. Got it. She's gonna continue to just like each time she feels the mind link waning, just like push more essence into it until she falls asleep. Just so he's getting to feel that connection for a bit. You're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're muted. Unless he directly is engaged, he just sits there with his eyes closed the whole time you have that connection up.
Tao's gonna step outside.
What did Willow scurry off to do?
She just went like behind one of the nearby cabins and she's just sitting down on the floor. Not really doing anything, just thinking.
Okay. What's Tal doing when he goes out?
So he sees Willow there when he steps out.
Yeah, she wouldn't really be hidden or anything.
He'll walk up to her.
She has like sitting on the floor with her knees up, and you can see like the wisp in between her arms as she's like holding it.
Why do you feel you need to risk yourself in this?
No one helps people in need without some kind of benefit. I would be dead if X never lent a hand. No reward, no incentive. Whenever he wasn't performing, he would be at soup kitchen, the homeless shelter, helping people that needed it. The world still needs people like that.
You still have an unfinished task that you were setting out to do.
Yeah. What about it?
What becomes of his family if your story ends here?
It's not a reason to turn a blind eye. He was my only family. I love him, but if I can help the world, that comes first.
The world tends to have a way of showing that it doesn't want our help.
That I do know. And the first time he kind of came to help me, I spit in his face.
Gross.
But
And he convinced you of a better world.
he showed me.
Interesting. And this is what he wants.
No.
And Tal looks at the wisp and he's like, then it sounds like someone's being a hypocrite to the things that he's taught you. The one that gave his body to help others. I'm going to assume I can't talk you out of it either.
She just looks up and smiles, like tears in her eye. My mind's set.
The two of you are the last connections I have to them. And if this goes wrong, regardless of your reasons, I'm still gonna see it as being my fault. So I suppose we better get this right. And then he sits down next to Willow. He lays the book down in front of him and flips back several pages. And he starts, like, at first silently going over what he has, and then he, like, looks over at the wisp and he's like, yeah, you're gonna help with this. And he turns back and then he starts going over and he's just like describing like what he figured out from the writings on there and how the adjustments need to be made based off of how Kay's essence works versus the channel power. And like he's just going through a whole thing with this unresponsive little fireball here.
I mean, he's at least got a translator right there.
Yeah. So he's like, you know, and like occasionally after he rambles for a while, he remembers to stop and then like waits, like looks up at her, waiting for feedback from him.
Her eyes are like going back and like reading every time you pause to make sure she heard everything right. She holds up a finger. He gets it at least. I'm stuck on that word. What does that mean? She just like just keeps nodding as you keep explaining.
So yeah, pretty much the plan is to spend the. Actually, he hasn't been awake very long in game time, so yeah, he's up. He's good for the next several hours while Kay's resting. Like just going over this with X and the translator.
All right, and is Geo doing anything other than trying to get rest?
No, he's taking the chance to catch some Z's while he can. I mean, he hasn't been sleeping great lately, so, you know.
All right. So, from my understanding, you guys are going to go through with this process, right? Okay.
Seems like, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, must Tal suddenly find something really odd in the calculations.
sure.
I was gonna say he's definitely gonna be looking for any hints to suggest that this guy is looking for this opportunity to absorb this power and do something fucking nefarious ass shit.
Right.
Yeah. I'm kind of sus about that too. I'm like,
Like,
I
oh,
feel
Joe,
like
I'll power
this is,
into you, huh? Mhm.
yeah, I feel like it's gonna cure us, but also create our new big bad.
Yeah. You fool! It's like, God damn it.
Tal, give me a smarts roll.
But Geo, that is Josh being suspicious. Geo is altogether too fucking trusting for that shit.
So I mean, from everything that you're reading from his calculations, it matches up exactly to what he was saying. He has it spelled out that he thinks that getting hit with like all the negative essence while on the negative plane will like charge his essence back up, like 2 negatives equal a positive. And through the calculations and everything that he has written out, everything seems legit to you. He nothing that he said seems to be misrepresented in the calculations or vice versa.
Okay.
And I mean, he was very upfront that his motives, I mean, obviously are to find a cure to this, but also he wants his fucking connection to the essence back. I mean, he lost literally everything that he's trying to get back from it. So, and that's why he said, like, you know, he may die from you guys trying to do this, but he's fine with that outcome.
All right.
So are there any preparations or anything that you all are going to want to make? Like, go over what the next few hours are going to entail, right? So I assume that Kay and Geo are going to sleep for a couple hours, or meditate or whatever it may be. Tal, if you're up and about and they jump up and they're ready to go, are you going to try to get sleep first, or are you going to try and just do it?
Like I said, when they came, Willow and Kay came back out of the city. Like, you know, Tao got exhausted from baseball with Geo, and he had went to sleep for, you know, a while at that time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I figure if their sleep, you know, if he hasn't been up very long, and then they sleep for like 8 hours or so, like, he still should be relatively good.
Okay. And what about Willow?
I guess after about 4 hours, if it looks like they're like deep sleeping through the night, then she's gonna get some shut eye.
But Tal's still there talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna sleep while he's talking to you?
Yeah. I got a second set of ears that probably understands a lot more than I do.
Okay. And I guess just for my own funsies, I don't know if you can still hear me or not, John.
Yep.
So like you're mid conversation with X and you just see fucking Willow nodding off and falling asleep. I mean,
he's just going to make sure he focuses on the parts that he just wants, the primary chunks of the parts of the equation that he wanted a second opinion on, and then the rest of it he's just going to work out himself and just let her doze on off.
Okay.
Before she does pass out, she lets Tal know that she can kind of boost everyone's ability to cast. If it's an issue with them being too exhausted from the illness.
Okay. He is going to certainly factor that in.
Okay. All right. Then Geo, you're gonna sleep. Kay, you're gonna sleep. You're gonna stay awake. Willow, you're gonna sleep.
Yes, for me.
Cool. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. Geo, give me a vigor roll, please.
Certainly. One second.
No, now.
I was just looking over my adventure cards real quick to make sure there was none that
There aren't.
I use.
No adventure cards. All right. Alrighty. Tal, you are going to suffer one additional level of fatigue.
Okay.
So you will be at a -2 for the fatigue. You're going over the calculations. You're kind of like real heavy in the thought process of this, and before you even realize like how much time has went past, you see Kay either coming out and looking for you, or if you head back in, you see that she wakes up. And you're still just, 100 pages deep in your notebook at this point. And I don't know if there's any kind of dialogue you two want to have before everybody else starts waking up.
She's just gonna walk over and sit down beside him.
It's not too late to turn back, you know.
If it was me that was sick, would you let me die? Because I feel like there's a part of you that feels like, for Felix, you would save me.
I would certainly let you die. I don't even like you.
She rolls her eyes and bumps him with her shoulder. Uh-huh. And it's not just for you. And it's not just for Gio. If what I have been able to understand and figure out of the essence can help the world overall, if I can save people, then why wouldn't I want to take the chance? Sometimes, in times of desperation, you have to move straight to human trial. Or, I suppose, sapien trial?
Yeah, I certainly don't want my people eradicated. So, we can do this. I've just got to make sure it's done right.
Yeah.
And
I
if
just wish we somehow had more of the crystals from the stabs.
Well, we can worry about that later.
Of course.
The one local place I know, I'm sure they'd have plenty, would be First Light, but they would not be willing to part with them.
But I wonder why. Bastards.
when I was trying to leave, I was trying to head back there.
Oh,
Oh yeah. You know, go to the local bar, buy a round of drinks, well, with my fellow brethren, and hug on them and love on them. You know, reward them for such a good job. Well done.
that kind of hatred has no place in our world. Or a preferred world, rather.
Yeah. But, you know.
Push and pull.
I guess. I will.
One can't exist without the other.
He's like looking at his hands and arms and everything. Like, well, you ready to do this?
Does the math work?
I found a few things that need adjustments, especially considering he did not have access to you or learning how your essence works. I think he had the general formula laid out to open a portal or a gateway, but the exacts of how and the intensity necessary had to be adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
The one factor I do need to focus on is Geo's contribution, because I have not had a lot of experience with any sort of chronomancy. So, guess it's time to go wake him up and threaten him not to fuck this up. He starts getting up.
I don't think that he wants to mess it up.
He'll find a way, I'm sure. And he's like walking inside.
Willow just like passed out on the ground out there.
Sin's passed out.
Reading. No, like I said, she was like behind one of the cabins, so she's like leaning against it as she sleeps.
She's sleeping like this, and X is holding her head up.
She's just gonna, walk over and rest a hand gently on Willow's shoulder. This is gonna happen.
What?
Just wanted to let you know that we're gonna start getting started, I guess.
Oh.
Or,
Okay.
We're
Okay.
talking about it or something. I don't know. Tal, he just walked right in there and he's gonna go get started.
Cool. I'm up. Let's go.
When you get back in, like, Tal is like talking to a half sleeping, probably just waking up Geo, like, and then don't mess up this part right here. This is very important. Are you paying attention?
Geo actually is paying attention for once, because he is pretty smart. He just needs to be interested, and this is sci-fi shit. This is sci-fi magic shit. It's like, wait, there's math to essence?
Does he
He's like,
does he understand quantum mathematics?
I don't think he ever took a class on it, but he's
He's making some logic leaps.
He
Maybe.
watched a lot of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Right.
That 10's pretty good.
Gio's just here like, oh man,
He's like, he's
the
never
lore
taken a
went deeper than I thought.
he's never taken a class on it, but he's done some wiki dives that took him into territory where he had to use his calculus in creative ways.
He found some interesting blog posts.
Yeah, I mean, so the way that I would handle like a role like this would be like varying degrees of success, right? So like a 4, you'd have like some basic level understanding. An 8 would be more of an intermediate. A 12 would be like a deep level of understanding. So with rolling like a 10, like you some of the shit you're saying is probably going over his head, but I think like the general concept of everything that you're talking about, he probably can follow along with for the most part. Albeit he's probably making pop references every time you say something. You mean like in this?
He's like that one episode of Doctor Who where...
No, he's like, I saw a forum post that had some theories on how Star Trek transporters would work, and this math is very similar. I went into how the actual math would work on this one Harvard guy's website where he really geeked out about the inner-Trek.
Tao's eyes are glowing.
He'll slowly trail off as he realizes you're not following his pop culture portions of it, and then he'll get back to paying attention to you explaining the math.
And then you look over. Yes. All right, think we're ready.
All right. So he's just sort of sitting there and he's just like looking up at his equations and everything. And when you say you're ready, he just nods and he's... If you two want, you could use the blast staffs when focusing on her, and you may be able to amplify the effects, which should likely increase the success of us making it to the other plane.
Yeah. I was figuring the same thing. But just know the one thing I have not been able to figure out or calculate enough is your survival rate from taking on so much essence at once from having none for how long?
3 weeks. 5 days.
I mean, it's a fate worse than death, I understand. So
that's why the equation is left open-ended. In theory, it should work, but there's no way to solve for the variables. I don't know how photomancy will react with umbromancy or chronomancy, or it may be too much, but it's the only thing that I could think could reverse this. And who knows, with the different wavelengths of essence, maybe it increases the risks, but maybe it increases the chances of success. And you, little one, if you want, you can not partake in this one, watch what happens, and continue on with this if we do fail. Develop the equation, find a way to test it again. If you partake in this and we all die, there's no one to carry this on.
I can help regulate the control of essence. So I would like to participate to ensure that we get a solid flow and can achieve this the first time.
Just understand the risk of this. When those two begin channeling their essence, you will be infected.
I do have one question.
Sure.
And she like holds her hand up with a wisp floating in it. My friend here was made from essence. So how would this journey affect him?
I'm not entirely positive of what would happen on the negative plane. If all of the essence is extracted from him in the negative plane, they may find a true death. You could utilize your abilities to help us on this end, but not travel through to the other plane. You still risk being infected if you're here when they cast, but if you do things to buffer their essence and then you leave, you may be able to help without all the risk.
Wouldn't it be better for her to come with us if there's a risk of her being infected, so she can expel all of her essence as well to purge the infection?
For her, yes. But I'm not sure what effects it would have on a...
Does he have to come with you? I guess I've not asked much about your floating ghost friend. Is he like so linked to you that he would have to come with you?
No, like
Okay, so
he
he could stay
stayed
behind
at
and
camp the other day with you two.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was just, the way the conversation was going here, it felt like we were talking about you two as a unit. I'm saying she comes with me, he stays behind.
I was just laying out the possibilities of if a being of pure essence goes to a plane of negative essence. I don't know the full effects of what could happen.
Casting in front of him might not even be safe. If it can infect us and can begin to consume our essence, why wouldn't it just consume him as he stands before it?
It's a fair assessment. You may want to safely leave them outside of the building before we do this.
Okay.
But it's ultimately your call. I don't know for sure what'll happen.
I wish it was my call. He doesn't listen too well.
He's far too cool to listen.
Is that a cold flame?
I was thinking the same thing, like light is usually warm.
He's referring to cool as in like, man, he's cool.
Right.
Well, yeah, I got that. I was
Ice or...
That's a human expression to mean
radical,
yeah.
tubular.
Geo,
an
you are not
extreme,
helping.
extreme cylindrical.
He is considered to be a person that is admirable in that they are relaxed and composed and people like them. There, that works.
If it's any consolation, I think that you are all very cool.
You too, man.
Yes, and
I wasn't sure how to define cool without using the word cool. That took me a second.
I find the term extremely confusing, but I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with me.
It's a very versatile term. It's kind of like the word fuck.
Geo, no. We're not doing this right now.
I'm just saying cool can mean fascinating. It can mean popular. It can mean I've never realized how
Okay,
versatile
let's take
cool
our
was until I had to
places
define it.
and I think to increase our chances of success, both of you should use the blast staff. Tal, with you being the obviously superior of the two, you should have him channel into you, and you channel into Kay.
Before we start, though, I have one question. What's a blast staff? We got that much, but like what? Like you say channel into it. Is there something special I have to do with this, or I mean?
You know how to cast your essence on others, right?
Vaguely, yeah.
So you would cast onto the staff as you would onto someone else, and it will amplify your abilities.
Okay.
The crystal is a unique quartz from the garden, which has an innate property to be able to amplify and even capture the essence that's put into it. We used it in many tools back home. The blast staff was more of a weapon or utilitarian tool. There were other more powerful reliquaries, but this
Okay,
will do.
I'll attempt. I just wanted to be clear that there wasn't something special or something, because I was trying to pick it up with context clues, but I had not gotten much on the staff. So, right.
The staff
Will's
is cool.
Will's gonna walk up to Tal and like pull the sword out of the sheath. This doesn't go into the other realm. I don't want this getting infected.
agreed.
And like lifts lifts a finger and starts pulling down your cloak. I know you have the necklace too.
And he reaches in and he pulls it off, hands it to her.
And she takes it and puts it in a corner where the wisp is floating.
I would move them further away. There's going to be a large concentration of essence here, and I'm not sure how far the negative essence will reach.
Why does that keep doing that? Okay. And Willow's walking over to the corner where the wisp is, and when she gets close, a spark of electric energy comes off of the wisp, and like from a crouching position, a figure is starting to stand up there. someone that Tao would recognize.
It's like he looks away for a moment and then like slowly looks back. Just doing anything or just standing there?
He like grabs the sword, sheaths it, puts the necklace into its holster where the rest of the throwing knives were. Then looks in your direction as he puts a hand on Willow's shoulder.
He like just silently gives a nod. And then he picks up Kay's blast staff and hands it to Geo.
Tao,
How do the blast staffs look?
Hold on.
Gandalf.
His eyes get wide and he turns slowly to look back.
promise me you're coming back.
I don't know. It'll be done.
Cool. We still need to have that talk. And then opens the door and starts walking out.
All right. So mechanically speaking, well, before we get to mechanics, Heathcliff, to answer your question, it's basically like a gnarled piece of wood, like all a singular carving of wood. And then at the top of it, it sort of wraps around this crystal. And the crystal itself is like semi-transparent, but it's like a milky color. And as you start to focus your essence into the staff, whatever color your primary color of essence is, the crystal actually you'll see like the energy swirling inside of it, and it'll begin to like glow that color.
Okay, that's very different from what I was imagining, because I won't lie, I was just imagining a blast staff from like Stargate.
No.
Because I hear blast staff, and that's why I think I'm imagining him carrying around this Jaffa staff. Checkmate.
Go ahead.
And Tao is just gonna explain. It's like, so just remember what I said. You focus on bringing forth your essence, and you're gonna focus on targeting first the blast after you see it light up with your essence. Then focus on me, but don't focus on what you want the essence to do. So don't think about
The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
what?
I got it. I've practiced keeping my mind clear. I'm good.
Were you attacked by marshmallow men?
You know, there's a movie where a guy has to keep his mind clear, but he doesn't, because there's a god who's gonna summon whatever's in his mind. And as a kid, I was fascinated with like, okay, can't think, because if I think, the evil goddess will turn my thoughts against me. So I've practiced keeping my mind clear. I can do this.
Well, if marshmallow men come up, we'll turn them into s'mores. We've learned how to do that. So remember, focus on me. Don't focus on anything negative, like
Don't focus on the Ghostbusters.
because if you make me explode, I'm not going to be happy with you.
All right. I will focus on just channeling my essence into you like a battery.
Good. Then Tao walks over and takes his position, and he's picks up his blast staff, and he's like takes a breath, and then looks up at Kay. It's like, I guess we're doing this.
She nods.
Willow will go stand in between all of them and hold out her arm with the runic tattoos. Let me know when we're starting.
So mechanically speaking, Willow, I assume you're doing increased trait.
I'm just gonna do a battle to increase spell casting, because that's, I'm assuming, what
Okay.
everyone's about to roll.
Yep. So okay. So go ahead. This is gonna be intricately meta of how we're gonna do this now. All right. So go ahead and do your battle roll.
Oh my god.
God. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on.
That was almost fucked right out the gate.
About to give us a negative.
It was like when we first went into. It was like when we first went into Tao's mind and accidentally everybody died.
Okay. Cool.
I'm assuming that might work for everyone else, but I know it's gonna work for me.
Yep, it will. So, okay. Geo, go ahead and give me a spell casting roll with a +2. Oh, no, sorry. With a +4. Because you get +2 for the blast staff, and you get +2 for the support roll.
1 second, let me just roll something to get rid of my +2.
You
Oh,
You sure?
Roll, get rid of
well,
his-
my spellcasting is not a D12 anyway, so
God damn it, you wasted the good roll.
Right.
I wanted to get rid of the +2. Except that, okay. I'm gonna Benny that.
The fucking raise.
Couldn't be better.
Well, wait. If this is gonna be a support roll, +2 is the most you can get anyway. So, yeah, I'll keep it.
Okay.
It's just a 4 wasn't with a +4.
I don't
I
like
get better
this
than
8.
4.
Tal, give me a spell casting roll with a +6.
Wait. Shouldn't mine be a 10? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Why would it be a
Shouldn't
10?
Oh wait, that's right. Okay, never mind. He only got a +1, doubled his +2. Never mind.
Mhm.
I was doubling it twice.
All right. K, give me a spell casting roll with a +4 to cast your plane shift spell, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Intangibility.
Intangibility. That's the one.
You said +4?
Yes.
Okay. And
And the
She
amount of
goes
spell
first?
points you're going to use are to cast it on yourself, Geo, Tal, Willow, and your unknown friend here.
well, that's the
Ganja.
thing. This is a one at a time spell.
So
This will be individual casts for a 5 power point spell.
Nope. You're gonna do it just once with the additional point per person.
Okay.
That's the
Yeah.
point of us doing like a channeling. Essentially, is what we're doing right now. Is we're channeling. So you're not gonna have to do it 5 individual times. It'll be one time. You just have to spend the additional 1, 2, 3, 4 points to hit the other people.
Okay, so it'll be 9 points.
And what's your total?
30.
Okay.
Deep breath.
Do you want to stick with that?
Do we still have raises to spend?
We do. You have 4.
Do it.
Okay. Actually, I changed it to just R, didn't I? Hey, I did. Look at me. Okay. So we're gonna put that up to an 8. So it is that. Willow, you start to like channel your essence in your runes.
The way she learned how to do this, her runes start glowing, and start like the black ink on her arm starts changing colors as it goes down her arm into an iridescent type color, and from her palm mist comes out to similar to what Sophie's essence was.
I'm sure that'll go over lovely for everybody.
Right. It's the only person she had to go off of.
And as you start to your runes start to glow, you start to see both the blast staffs glow in like a pale blue. Geo, as you start to channel your energy into it, you start to see the blue turn to kind of like a cyan, and you start to see like the echoes, the motion trails sort of pulsating around it as you cast it onto Tal's staff. Tal, your staff turns cyan, and then your purple infuses into it, and you get this like bright indigo color that starts emitting off of the staff. And you cast it onto Kay. And Kay, as you begin to cast your essence, you start seeing like the normal kick up of dirt and debris swirling around you, and all of a sudden, you start seeing your skin begin to crack slightly, and as it does, almost like the dry salt beds, you see these large like fractures on your arm, and they start to emit like a bright indigo color from this infused channeling. And then as you sort of close your eyes and focus your ability on it, you see that indigo start to infuse with like the golden hues of your own abilities, and you see this brass color fill the room. And as it does, you start to feel yourselves shake, and you start to feel that intangibility take hold. And all of a sudden, I don't know, was Kay the only one that actually went to the other plane?
Tal did
Only
too.
one who made it 2 layers deep, where you said everything was complete silence.
Okay. So everyone who actually got caught in any of those rifts, so Tal, you did, you guys start to hear that loud gust of air just start bursting around you, where all you can hear is just the wind howling. And then as the burst of that brass color sort of rips through, all of a sudden it's complete silence. And as you all are looking around at each other, you can see like your images are sort of like doubled and warped slightly. Everything is in black and white. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll, please.
There it is.
Willow and Kay and Geo, both of you notice out the windows of the cabin that you're in, you could see that this building is just surrounded by people that look like aberrant. Geo, it's actually great that you got it with the raise. This area looks identical to the area that you've seen the Greys in. You all are there, and you hear the aberrant that's there with you speaking, and everything that he says is sort of like echoed out and trailing this sort of like very ethereal sound to him. And he says, "Now all of you must expel all of your essence. And my request is that you expel it into me."
Geo moves the blast staff from pointing at Tal to pointing at him and keeps channeling.
Kay, when your essence is no more, this plane shift will break, and we will all be sent back to our own plane.
I figured I'd be waiting until I was the last one with essence left before I started.
That is what I was going to ask, and I just wanted to prepare you that as soon as your essence is gone, we are all back. We will not know whether we succeed or whether we fail until that moment. All right.
Looking around, Cliff, does it look like, just looking at the stuff in the room that would normally like be moving just from like occasional breeze and stuff like that, does it look very much like everything from the real world is frozen like it was when I visited the Grays?
There's not really a lot that you can tell would be frozen in this area. There's nothing really moving, but you do see the people outside the window are sort of shifting about and looking in. Like, you definitely have like a gathering, like observing what's going on.
All right.
Geo, go ahead and give me a spell casting roll with a +2 for your blast staff. And you are going to be, well, I guess before I make an assumption on this, is everybody going to burn all of their power points? Does anybody have any like weird thing that they're going to plan on trying, or are they just going with it?
I've been debating, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do it.
I have 2 powers I can do on other people, and one of them would be funny.
So I'm not going to make anybody actually roll a specific power.
Okay.
All you're going to do is your spell casting roll. You're essentially just going to be just burning your essence.
Right.
So here's what I will have you do then. So Geo and Tal, you both will be rolling your spell casting roll with a +2 due to your blast staffs. Willow, you'll be rolling yours regular. And then finally, Kay, you'll roll yours. Essentially, what we are going to do here is twofold. A, it's going to be a challenged roll. You're going to be rolling against his spell casting to see how well he is able to handle this. And secondly, because you are all burning all of your essence, all 4 of you will be rolling dynamic backlash.
I thought about that. I was considering trying to do it over multiple turns specifically to avoid that, but I'm like, fuck it.
Intangible only has a duration of 5 anyways.
That's 5 rounds. I could split it into, two rounds and do half my essence, a little less than half, a little less
We've
than
done
half.
a good amount of talking. We're probably don't have time to that.
Yeah. I'm doing it all.
So, Geo, go ahead, do spellcasting +2, and then roll on the dynamic. Actually, to make this fun, roll the dynamic backlash into the dice tower.
Boom! You fucking prick. I love you.
I hit. How do I clear my modifier?
Change it to a 0?
No, because I think I just added 3 +2s in a row. Here, one second. Ignore that. There, that cleared it. Okay. I double
Maybe if
clicked
you didn't
after I'd
give
already...
them fun names and you just typed it in the modifier thing.
No! I refuse. Alright. See? My fun names work.
Run, Forrest, run. Well, I mean, except for the fact that you're rolling against someone else.
Oh.
What, 12, 3.
Oh, nice.
Damn, dude.
And it didn't add the plus 3, so that was a 26.
He can accept it, damn.
Okay. So yeah. So you focus all of your essence ability through this blast staff, and you aim it right at him, and you hit him. And as it hits him, you see him sort of just embrace it into his chest.
Oh?
What the hell?
I put the dynamic backlash in the tower like you requested.
It errored out. I just got an error that popped up.
Oh.
Go ahead and roll it regular, I guess. All right. So
it says the power fails, but I still lose all the power points.
So we're not gonna.
5.
We won't worry about that one. What we will use though is we will use that -5 creatively. Okay. Who's next? Willow or Tal?
I think it was Tal, then Willow.
Okay. Tal, go ahead and give me your spell casting +2.
That's not my Tal.
And then add 3 to this number here. Okay.
You rolled low for once.
So Tal focuses his energy through the blast staff, and you see the beam hit this guy in the chest, and he's like absorbing it. Geo, at this moment, you are the only person who you hear this bestial sound off in the distance that you heard last time you were in this scenario here. You hear the sound of that great beast that they were talking about.
Geo's eyes widen and he says, "We gotta hurry this up. The Devourer's coming."
Willow, go ahead and give me a spellcasting roll, please.
Yeah. Let's re-roll that.
Also, whatever you do, no one rolled 12 on the dynamic backlash.
Is that the one where you just drop dead?
No, that's the one where you don't use any power points and you auto succeed.
We'll use that one creatively too. Add 3 to this. 9, 10, 11, 12. He is shaken. So you focus your power into him, and as your essence hits onto his body, you see him sort of wince in pain from it. Okay. You see everybody sort of focusing their power here. And you can see like Geo, Tal, and Willow begin to like weaken. Go ahead and give me your spellcasting roll, please.
Oops.
Not you. Oh yeah. You got to do the dynamic backlash, Tal.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah, okay.
Okay. That gives me an easy way out. All right. Finally, Kay, go ahead and give me the spellcasting roll, please.
Sure.
All right. And
Handle that.
add 3 to this. Okay. So you all
Voice.
Hey.
Oh, I think we're the same.
roll your 2d6.
Isn't she spending 30 power points? Oh wait, no, she already spent 9, but still 21 power points.
Oh.
13,
up.
5, 18 with an 8. That is 10, so 2 wounds. Okay. So you see everybody channeling theirs, you begin to channel yours, and you see this person in front of you just wincing in pain, with your combined essence hitting him, and all of a sudden, Kay, you start to feel your essence depleting. You start to feel everything around you warble a bit. And then all of a sudden, you all experience that loud gust of wind. And then, boom, you're back in the area that you were in previously. Geo, as you
By the way, Geo was pulling out a throwing knife, getting ready to defend the group against the unkillable monster that was about to come down on them.
Geo, as you feel your body become corporeal again, all of a sudden you feel like all the blood in your body has rushed to your feet. You feel like your feet are glued to the ground, but your upper body is noodles. And you immediately hit the ground. Tal, you feel the sudden rush of everything coming back to you. And it basically makes you take a knee. It knocks you down. It stuns you completely. And in this moment of trying to regain focus, you feel a complete loss of connection to the essence. Willow, you, as you're still holding your arms out, all of a sudden feel all of that essence that was being channeled towards the aberrant. You feel it engulf you, and it knocks you backwards onto your ass. Kay, as you sort of open your eyes and realize what's going on, you can feel all of the power, like this blended pot of power from Geos Chronomancy, Tal's Umbral Mancy, from Willow, and from yourself, all combined. You're feeling like all of this magic coursing through you in a way that you never have before. Give me a spirit roll, please. You instinctively kind of pull this feeling into yourself, and you feel this course of energy go through you unlike you've ever felt before. 100% of your power points are refreshed. And you have the ability to cast one spell from each of the 3 people here that you don't currently have access to one time. Free cast.
Neat. For like right now, or this is something I have in my pocket?
You have in your pocket.
Okay. I'm gonna have to write that down somewhere.
And
I'm
this will
gonna
be the
need to
last
see
reminder I
everyone's
give you of it. So
spell
if
list.
you don't take advantage of it, that's on you.
Someone please send me a screenshot of the list.
And as you look over at the aberrant who took you on this adventure, they are down on all fours on their hands and knees. And they have this sort of shimmer going over them that is purple and blue and gold, and it's sort of like this iridescent sheen that's sort of coasting over their skin. And that's where we'll end it at for the night.
Alright. Let's fucking kill the next big boss.
He's just hungry. Go make him dinner.
I was hoping he would pop in. Like I was hoping we would have a moment where he did, because I had the whole ignore invulnerabilities card. I was getting ready to play that unexpected insight and throw a throwing knife that ignores immunities at him.
Why? Somebody tell me why. For cards.
Tell me why.
Angry mob. Here comes the cavalry and reinforcements.
Did you give me shaking in my boots? Shaking in the boots?
Yes.
Okay. I saw you give me a card, but it was before I looked at my cards, so I was trying to guess which one was the one you sent me.
The one that was the most Geo card in the entire deck.
Ooh, ah, e.
Yeah, so on that note, thanks everybody for hanging out. I am going to see who we're gonna raid out to. Hey, stop that.
Right?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
I haven't slept more than 6 hours in over a week, okay? I'm dying.
About the same for me, honestly. I think the last time I slept more than 6 hours was last Thursday, maybe.
I don't want to talk about it.
Right.
But feels like those are rookie numbers.
I cannot recall the last time.
So let's raid out to Dat Magic Juice, who's on episode 10 of All Hail the Queen.
Slorp.
So we'll head out there. And assuming all things go correct, we should be back next week.
Fingers crossed. Nobody die.
And I'll try to get a proper map made. So you can have to deal with my colorful scribble.
Gray maps are the best maps.
I mean, I agree. Gray maps are the most convenient too. So yeah. So thanks. See you next week.